Okay, guys, coming at you live. Hopefully, you guys can hear me okay. Got a new microphone, so it should sound better. And been testing it on and off all day, and so it should be a good microphone. So, with that being said, we'll wait here for just a second, let things kind of get rolling, get started here. Yeah, we can go from there. Okay, so let's let me actually do something here instead. I'm gonna have a list. I'm thinking of using my. Well, we'll just do it this way for a second. Okay, so hopefully everyone had a good weekend. I sure as hell know I did. I think, but it was good. It was a nice weekend, and hopefully you guys can hear the microphone quality. Like I said, it should be much better. I should sound a lot more clear, hopefully. And if you guys liked the sound of my voice before, I think you'll like it even more now. So that'll be good. Hey Liz, how's it going? Hopefully the sound quality is better. I did get a new microphone, so. Shouldn't sound as grainy or cloudy or echoey. It should sound a lot more clear. One more shuffle here. I am doing good. I'm doing good. Had a good weekend. How was your weekend? I feel like I'm getting a spirit with a T name that just came in here. A T name for a spirit. I don't know if you know anyone who's in spirit whose name is with a T. It would be a male energy. I feel like it could have been a relative, but there's a spirit hanging around with a T name that is male. Anyway, just thought I'd throw that out there. Shuffling the cards here, so let's see what we can do. Yeah, it has been hot. It's been August and July are always kind of a little miserable when it comes to the heat. Can hear you on that though. Hot days are not the funnest days. Oh. Shuffling here. One more shuffle with these ones. Just looking at something here. Hold on. It could be someone else coming in. Definitely could be someone else. Just changing this up a little bit here. I feel like maybe this is a little distracting, having this going on and off. So I'm going to try it without that, and I'll just have this up here. And we'll see how it goes tonight. So I'll get rid of the price there just for a second. Spirit is coming through, though. Could be an interesting night. We'll see what happens here. Okay, let's keep shuffling. One more shuffle. Let's do one more shuffle here. Alrighty, let's go with this one. Yeah, let's see how it goes, Liz. If you need to duck out, you just duck out, okay? Don't worry about it. If you want to say goodbye, go for it. But if you need to go or do something, I appreciate having you here when you have the time. But hopefully if you do go out, I hope you have a good time. A fun evening. So. Okay, let me move this over here for a second. Okay, so we're going to be doing our readings for... You're welcome, Liz. We're going to be doing our readings for Tuesday and Wednesday. Okay. And yeah, I think that'll be good. So let's get started here and let's see what we can come up with. So we'll do pile 1, pile 2 here. Yeah, let me just move stuff around. If you're wondering, like I said, this is the microphone here. So if you guys are wondering what that is, that's the microphone. Pretty nice one too. I just got it today, so it goes really well with kind of my setup. Okay. Thank you, Liz. I appreciate that. Liking and subscribing definitely does help this video and the channel in general. Okay, so we got 2 piles. Again, this will be for Tuesday. I'll read pile 1 first, just because it doesn't seem like there's too much. Doesn't seem like everyone's here yet, but we'll do pile 1 first, and then we'll go from there. So let's see what we can come up with here. So pile 1, here's what we get. We have got... My microphone's down here, and of course I'm holding it up to the microphone. We have got indecision. Okay. Followed by the Emperor. Followed by the Queen of Coins in reverse. So these cards right here, we definitely have something where we could have a male, an Aries individual, possibly someone who's not wanting to make a decision. So Tuesday could be dealing with someone who's very indecisive, possibly an Aries individual. So that could be Sun, Moon, or Rising on the Aries individual. The reason I bring up Aries is because we have the Emperor here. Okay, this is the Emperor card. The Emperor card is Aries. So this one here being an upright card, because that's what this is upright, it's not going to be a bad thing. This person I don't feel like is going to be too controlling or too anything like that. But what I do feel like is that they're going to be very flip-floppy. And that's going to be something that I feel like a lot of us have a hard time. Let me do this here. Can you hear me better, Liz? I'm still getting used to this microphone, so if I can move this a little closer and talk, can you hear me better? Then I can just get rid of this here. That should increase the volume. You should be able to hear me better now, hopefully. So, Queen of Coins in reverse right here. So we could be dealing with an Aries individual, but we also could be dealing with an Earth sign individual. So Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn, that could be coming in as well, right? So we could have an Aries individual, or we could have a Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn individual. This is going to be interesting here. When I see this in reverse, we could be dealing with someone who could be immature, who could be someone who kind of just goes out and they go for it, kind of a thing. And that could be something that's more jarring. So we could be looking at someone who steps on people's toes. So there could be an Aries individual coming in who's indecisive, but we could also have an Earth sign individual coming in who they're not undecisive, but they are just decisive enough that they can kind of undermine kind of what we're doing, if that makes sense. So when I see this, it could be a parent, or it could be someone in that kind of role. So they could be an older person, but they could be someone who has a lot of immature traits. So we're looking at people who don't want to hear your opinion, or people who just kind of don't care about whatever it is that you're passionate about. And those people are always super fun to deal with. Yeah, so be on your guard on Tuesday, but primarily if there is an indecisive person, if you can, let them figure it out. Let them figure it out. Don't make it your responsibility or your job to try to make up someone else's mind. Sometimes, and I do mean sometimes, all the time, it's hard for me to make up my own mind, my own damn mind. So to have to worry about somebody else making up their mind, somebody else guiding their course in life, focus on your stuff. Let the other person who's in your life, let them focus on their stuff, okay? That's kind of how we get to where we're going to go. If someone tries to make their life your responsibility, then step away from that situation, because you're here to handle your life. They're here to handle their lives. When there's an intermingling, when there's cooperation, great. But if someone is waiting for you to solve their problems for them and they're not doing anything to help themselves, please step away from that situation if that's something you can do. Oh. Hey there, Rhubarb. Well, hopefully this is someone you can hopefully deal with in some way, because this right here, just be on your guard, let yourself kind of lean into this situation as much as you can. But the indecisiveness can be, hey, Angela, how's it going? By the way, guys, and I'm going to bring it up a couple more times, but does the mic sound okay? Can you guys hear me okay? I have a new microphone, and so I'm testing it out. And I'm trying to see where this is going here. So, yes. Let me move this over here. Okay. And hello, Rhubarb. How are you doing? Awesome. Perfect. Angela hears me good? Perfect. Okay, awesome. I'm going to stretch here for a little bit. Thank you, Rhubarb. Thank you for telling me. All right, thanks, guys. So let's move on to pile 2, and let's see kind of what's going on. Again, this is for Tuesday. We'll see kind of what's happening here. Remember, our stuff is our stuff, but if other people are trying to put their stuff on us, we can set that shit down. We can. We do have an option to not carry it. Even though I know some people can be hard to deal with that. Okay, so let's move on to pile 2. So pile 2, we've got this. Oh, okay. I see what we're doing here. So for pile 2, we have got all tied up. Sorry about the camera's focusing there, guys. And we have the moon card. I'm sorry to hear that, Rue, but at least you know that's what they're doing, right? When we have some of the lingo down and some of the stuff in our toolkit, it helps to know what's going on, so at least you're aware of it. And then we have the Six of Pentacles right here. So Six of Pentacles, the Moon card, and all tied up. Hey Elizabeth, how are you doing? I feel like we could be looking at a subconscious, this is going to sound a little strange, a harvesting of the subconscious, so to speak. And what this means is that I feel like we're working on things in our conscious life more. We're taking things in, we're understanding things more. And because of that, our subconscious is becoming less and less cluttered. The more we integrate the shadow, the more we integrate the inner child, the less we have to worry about other things in our surroundings as much. We're working on the core of our anxiety when we're focusing on integrating the inner child, when we're focusing on integrating the shadow. And once we start to do that process, at first it's kind of difficult and painful, not kind of, it's a lot of sweaty, insomnia-filled nights. Okay, I'll put that out there. You guys know what I'm talking about. It's a lot of those nights where things are just uncomfortable. And it's kind of like there's an itch in the back of your mind and you can't quite scratch it, and it keeps you up at night. But now we're moving into an area where I feel like we're getting ourselves out of this situation. So if we look at this person here, okay, it says all tied up, and you'll notice she has ropes around her and she has a look on her face like she's kind of concerned, but she's not being held that tight with these ropes. It's kind of like she let some kids say, hey, could we tie you up? And she said, sure. The kids didn't do a very good job, and she's sitting there and going through that kind of thing, but she's not actually bound. She just feels like she could be, but there's ways that we can work our way out of this situation. So I'm going to, hold on one second, I'm going to read Elizabeth's thing here. So I am neutral. The tides are turning for me for the better, of course. I am in the process of making music, feeling feelings like waves and breathing into them. Glowing up is the end of the goal. Awesome. There we go. Awesome, Elizabeth. That's perfect. Absolutely perfect. I'm doing good. Had a good weekend. Was relaxing a bit, and like I was saying, got a new microphone. So super jazzed about that. This is a nice one, and it definitely makes the stream sound a lot better than what it sounded like before. So, I'm all up for that. 100% actually. So keep working on bringing things to the forefront. Keep working on bringing that sense of kind of whatever's going on in our lives, whatever's going on in our subconscious. Let's bring it forward so that we can start to heal whatever is there. As soon as we start healing things, as soon as we start feeling things, things do get better. But in the first part, the very first part of this journey, the very first part of this process, it is okay to feel lost, and it is okay to not know who we are. It's okay for us to reinvent ourselves at several different points in our life, and especially when we're going through the dark night of the soul, when we're going through that kind of situation, it's okay for us to say, I don't know who I am right now. I want you guys to be comfortable with not feeling like you can be identified. Identity is not the only thing that we are as humans. It anchors us to this planet, but it is not us. Okay, it is an identity. It is a persona. We're so much more than that. So, yeah. Yes, you sound golden. Awesome. Thank you, Elizabeth. I love that. Thank you. I was adjusting the gain and trying to get this thing just right to make it so it sounds good. So I appreciate you saying that. Awesome. Okay. So hopefully that resonated with you guys. Let's keep doing this healing process. Let's keep going on this journey. I myself am in the midst of that too. I think all of us are. Nobody's going to be left unscathed, so to speak. And that's a good thing. It means growth. If we're uncomfortable, it generally means we're growing, and that's a good thing. Even though at the moment it doesn't feel good, but okay, so let's shuffle the cards again here. I'm just going to stretch again. I'm sorry, you guys. I'll take another drink here. Honestly, not knowing who you are is the best thing, because then it leads to reinvention. And when we're focusing on reinventing, we're not focusing on staying stuck in the same patterns we were in before. That size 8 shoe that we used to fit into, well, now we're a size 20, and our feet can't quite fit into that size 8 anymore. That's okay. That's okay. We'll find our new shoe. We'll find our new fit. But, yeah. Allowing ourselves to be uncomfortable, that's actually a very vulnerable process, and a lot of us get caught up in the resistance of being uncomfortable. Uncomfortable means change, it means transformation. So let's look at Wednesday here. See what we can come up with for Wednesday. Hold on one second. You're the new, hold on one second here. You're the new Shaq. Okay, Rhubarb. Shaquille O'Neal is in the house, everybody. Giant hands. Giant, huge hands. Makes a donut look really small. And he's a big dude. I think he had his own custom-made bed, too. I mean, you'd have to. He's like 7 foot. Something. Some kind of crazy number. I can't remember. So, Rhubarb, you be the new Shaq, and I will be... Yes, it is. It is. Rhubarb indeed. Alright, let's shuffle these a couple more times here. And then we'll go to these ones. You'll find we have an awesome crew here, Rhubarb. Is this your first time on the channel? Sometimes I get users that change their names and I don't know who they are. So I'm just wondering if this is your first time on the channel. If so, welcome to the channel. And thank you for stopping by. Oh. Oh. One more shuffle with these ones. Let's try one more shuffle here. Oh, nice. You watched one of my pre-recorded videos last week. Awesome. Cool. Nice to have you on the channel. Hey, Geo Angel, how are you doing? Just doing our generals for the day here. Seeing what we can come up with. Okay, so let's do 2 piles again. I am doing good, Geo Angel. I am doing great. Like I said, we're just doing the generals here. Welcome to the channel. If this is your first time here, you're very welcome to be here, and we're very... Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. Awesome. Okay, I'll add you to the list, Elizabeth. You'll be the first one on the list. Let me put your name down here. Yes, the donations are awesome. That's what helps keep the channel going. It's definitely what helps. Thank you again, Elizabeth. Okay, so let's do this, and then we'll go to Elizabeth's question here. And yeah, we'll go from there. So, let's crack our knuckles. Let's keep stretching. I should just do an hour of yoga when I come on here. I need it. Hold on. Oh, man. Some people say, you know, they wake up, they have a kinked neck, and they say, I think I slept wrong. I feel like I'm awake wrong. And so my body tenses up, and that creates a bunch of issues. But let me see here. Thank you, Elizabeth. We're actually awesome. Thank you, Angela. Okay. So Angela's on the list here. Let's see. Yeah, we're actually going to be adding more to the Patreon. Me and my girlfriend are going to be doing podcasts. So stay tuned as we get stuff set up. I got our microphones today. Like I said, she's got one too, and we're going to be doing some podcast stuff, and that will be available only to patrons. So if you guys are interested in that, I'm wanting to do two separate podcasts. The first one is going to be like talking about ghost stories, supernatural occurrences, stuff like that. The second one is going to be talking about narcissistic abuse, or talking about like abuse traits and how we can heal and how we can step forward from trauma into a place of healing, right? I believe that's very important when we're talking about developing psychic abilities, or when we're talking about developing spiritual abilities, to take the pain that we've experienced and realize that we can step out of that and into something much greater than we ever thought possible. So, yeah, be looking forward to that. Like I said, that is for patrons only. And if you guys are interested, yeah, I'm still getting stuff ironed out, but yeah, it's coming along. Okay, so pile one. We have got, and thank you, Angela, for your donation too. Can't remember if I said thank you or not. I am. Right, okay. But thank you, guys. Okay, so we have the Mother of Pentacles. Okay, in reverse. We have the Two of Cups. Okay. And then we have podcast, The Gift That Keeps on Giving. Love it. Awesome, Elizabeth. I'm glad you like that. I think you'll like what we're going to do. We're still kind of getting our chops ready for it, but we'll get there. The Garden and the Gate right here. So here's the interesting thing right here. We have the Mother of Pentacles. So in pile one of yesterday's reading, the general we did just a second ago, we had the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. Yes, please, guys, subscriptions to the channel help it grow a ton. I would love that. Be very appreciative. But this is the Queen of Pentacles in reverse again. So we could be looking at a negative earth sign kind of person again on Wednesday. Now, here's the interesting part. We also have the Two of Cups. Two of Cups next to the Mother of Pentacles in reverse. That's showing me that there could be someone who didn't appreciate us. There could be someone who did not understand our story, or maybe someone who didn't want to understand us for who we were. The way I see this, we're looking at an earth sign that could have painted us a certain way a long time ago, and they are not changing their opinion about us. And for some reason, they feel like they're right, or they're entitled to be right. And so we could be dealing with that kind of energy with this. So when I say negative earth sign, it's an earth sign that has immature traits. So imagine for a minute, earth signs can be stubborn, right? You can be stubborn for the right reasons, and you can be stubborn for the wrong reasons. I'm talking about an earth sign that is stubborn for no reason. Like, not one that you can see and not one that makes sense. An earth sign that for whatever reason they choose to stay stuck in the muck of life, or in whatever it is they're doing. So that's what I mean. And I'm talking about someone who's too rigid, someone who's too earthly, where they can't change, right? We're talking about people that they're not someone who's changed probably since they were very, very young, up until they could be an older person, and they still have the mentality they had when they were younger, much younger. So someone who hasn't healed themselves, someone who hasn't gone through that kind of process, or someone who just ignores the emotional world entirely, believing them to be for other people. And I should know, because I used to be that way, and that's an awful way to live. That's an awful way to live when you have two emotions. You have two emotions, happiness and anger. Okay? That limits your range quite a bit. And that makes it so that eventually you don't feel happiness anymore. And eventually the only thing you really feel is anger and numbness but eventually you can get it all back. But right now we're dealing with someone who would be very stuck in their ways, very like it almost feels like a person that would say things along the lines of, why didn't you help me? Why weren't you there? And then you would reply back, you never told me you needed help. You never told me this was what was going on. I can't read your mind. That's the kind of person that I'm talking about here. And they could be an actual earth sign, where Virgo, Capricorn, or Taurus individual. Okay, so we're talking about the negative effects of the traits. The traits themselves are not negative, but they can have negative sides to them, if that makes sense. Okay, so then we have this card here. So this card I've always looked at. The garden, let me show you closer up. The garden and the gate. This is so surreal, this resonates. Awesome, Elizabeth, I'm glad. You sneezed? Yeah. Okay. My cat sneezed. It was adorable, so you'll have to forgive me for a second there. The garden and the gate right here. This is a card where I always look at it like this. So this person is in the garden and they're looking out. They're looking at what's on the other side of the garden. And in so doing this, as they're looking out and they're looking at the other side of the garden, it's kind of like the grass is greener on the other side. We don't know what the other side is like, so we assume it's better. And it's usually not better, it's just different. Everyone has their own kinds of problems, their own kinds of issues. And for us to look on the other side and be like, well, they must not worry about anything. I can guarantee if someone is still alive and they're still here, there's worries. Okay? There is worries, no matter what they are, no matter what they could be. There's things people are working on or things people are ignoring, but there's worries nonetheless. So when I see this, it could be that we're trying to look to greener pastures. We're trying to look towards someplace else. But what happens is that we end up looking everywhere except where we are in the moment. And that makes it so that we're no longer present with ourselves. And when we're no longer present with ourselves, other people's opinions can guide us towards kind of their agendas, what they would want us to do. When we're looking at our own present reality, we get to guide, we get to create. But when we're off looking elsewhere, we tend to follow another person's more quote unquote grounded vision better than following our own opinion, because we could be too way up in the air. We need to come down, we need to be in our bodies, we need to be more present moment. And in so doing that can help us to kind of lead a course in our life to where we would want to go. If we're up in the air, people will guide us. And a lot of the times, because of trauma or because of other things, the people that are guiding us do not have our best interests at heart. So we need to find out what our best interests are. We need to find out what's going on with us and go from that kind of perspective. And it's okay if we don't know. But the whole point is to know that we don't know, and then from there we can start to learn and unlearn the things that are no longer helpful or useful. Okay, so let's move on to this next card, this next pile here, and then we'll go into readings. Okay, so let's do this. Let's move this one over here. All right. Okay, so this is pile 2 for Wednesday. Okay, this is interesting right here. So we have Ace of Swords in reverse. Okay. Walking away. And the Sun card in reverse. Now, what this means to me is that we could be walking away from something in our life, and maybe there's still something here. Maybe there is still something here. Maybe we're walking away for the wrong reason. We could be turning our back on something or walking away from something that is not quite done or finished. When I see the Ace of Swords in reverse, it's showing that our mentality has shifted. Maybe someone was there to shift our mentality. Maybe something happened. But this could be a job, this could be a situation. I don't see it as a relationship necessarily. Maybe a business relationship, but I don't feel like it's necessarily a romantic connection. It could be a family member who no longer sees eye to eye with us. Maybe we are no longer talking to a family member. We're no longer talking to someone we were once close with. When I see the Sun card in reverse, it's making me feel like this situation The situation feels worse than it actually is. And what I mean by that is that the pain, it's not comfortable, but I'm feeling like things are setting us up towards better stuff in the future. The sun in reverse, I always look at the sun card like it wants to be upright. The sun always wants to be upright. It wants to shine. And the sun doesn't pick who it shines for. It shines for everybody. And so when I see this card in reverse, to me, it's saying that we need to focus more on the energies, and we talked about this a second ago. We need to focus more on the energies that are present now, and we need to observe and sort of take note on how we're feeling, what's going on, and what we're thinking about primarily. The Ace of Swords is a way of thinking. It's a way of mentally processing something. When it is in reverse, we're no longer looking at new beginnings. We're focused on something that possibly didn't work out. And maybe we don't know why it didn't work out. And maybe we're racking our brain way too much with trying to think why this failed, why this didn't go through. And the word absence comes to mind as well. So there could be someone that was just absent from your life when you needed them at this point in time. There could be something like that kind of scenario but ultimately, we realize who's there for us and who isn't there for us. So it can absolutely be something like that. The way I see it is that sometimes people desert us, they leave us when we need them the most, and then a lot of those times we can learn lessons from that, and we can learn who is and who isn't there for us. So it may seem like a situation that is just there to provide pain, but what it could actually be doing is showing us a deeper truth of the universe. And because maybe we haven't healed certain parts of ourselves, it is painful, but it allows us to look at ourselves deeper and to look at our pain in a different way. We become observers. We become people who are survivors, who are, we go from surviving to thriving. Let me put it that way. So that's something we can look at going forward here. So hopefully that helps you guys. And that was for Tuesday and Wednesday, the 4 piles that I did there. The first 2 were Tuesday, the second 2 were Wednesday. So let's do this here. And Elizabeth, what is your question? And then we can go into that. Okay, Elizabeth, right here. Question, my biggest passion is making music, and Spirit has led me to actually make some. I'm curious to see where you see this project of mine going in the future. Do you see me having success in it? Okay, let's see what we can find out here. Oh, sorry, I'm stretching so much, guys. It's just how it goes. Elizabeth, so like I've said on this channel, I did some exercises yesterday, and I'm sore in various places. And so if you see me wince in pain, I'm either holding in a fart or I'm sore from the exercise. Either one could be true, so please, you guys get to guess. So Elizabeth, could I connect with you psychically? Is that something we could try? If not, that's okay too. I want you guys to know you absolutely have a choice. We can just use the cards. But if I'm feeling comfortable, if I'm feeling like I can try something, we'll try connecting psychically and see what we get. Just because I'm still learning as a psychic and as a medium. Well, hopefully I don't choke on mine. I like to throw out some dry humor every now and again. Awesome, thank you. All right, let's see what we can come up with, my friend. And by the way, Elizabeth, thank you so much for supporting the Patreon and doing that. I really appreciate that. Okay. Hmm. It is your nourishment. Okay. We'll get along just fine then. We'll get along just fine. I too enjoy very, very dry, very dry humor. Okay, so I'm seeing this right here, and this to me is almost rhythmic. So I'm picking up the instrument, I'm putting it down, I'm picking it up, I'm putting it down. Maybe I'm doing this several times a day. So is inspiration hitting you kind of like boom, 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 and then it stops for a second, then it hits you again? I'm wondering how it is this feeling of music or muse is kind of hitting you during this process. It feels like it comes in streams, it stops for a minute, and then it comes again, and it feels like it could be a bit sporadic, but it feels good. You're in that flow state, you're in that inspiration place. But I'm just curious where you're coming from. And then on top of that, um, I'm wondering here because I'm seeing it's like, okay, so it does hit you and then you stay up with it. So it's not intermittent, it's hitting you a little quicker than that. Okay. So was this something, Elizabeth, was this something you felt like maybe you were praying for or you were asking for the universe and spirit to help give you this kind of inspiration? You're good, Elizabeth. I think I understand what you're saying here, so you're good. Don't worry about that. Um, so I'm feeling like this is something we've been asking for. And now we're able to start creating. We're able to start doing something with it. So it feels like we're starting to get help and we're starting to get assistance in an area that maybe we didn't feel like we were necessarily making progress in before. And when inspiration comes, it's an amazing thing. Okay. So let's see. So I'm seeing here, the one thing I'm seeing is I'm trying to understand. I'm seeing been trying to manifest it again after a long season of depression. Okay, so that makes sense. That makes sense why I was, okay. So I'm seeing the hands clasped, the praying, the asking, and then receiving. I'm seeing a thorn here that could possibly be in the side of us. Maybe this is something, it could be relating to the song, the thorn, but it could also be something that is, maybe things are going so well. Is there a part of you that could possibly be waiting for the other shoe to drop, or are you in the flow process and you're letting it come as it needs to? Is there a fear of something leaving, or are you open to just the receiving aspect of this? Yes, it is. Little secret, the key to inspiration is feeling your emotions. Absolutely. Inspiration comes in waves and emotions are like water. So waves, water, yes, absolutely. Hold on. Okay. What is that? Hold on 1 second. Hmm. Being in different countries is hard. Absolutely, Elizabeth. I can understand that. I can totally understand that, and it does make it well, not kind of, it makes it difficult. So the thorn would be that in this. Okay, that makes sense. So then this inspiration that came in, okay, I'm almost feeling like, did it start out as kind of like a whisper, and then as you focused on it, it magnified? Because how I was seeing was a whisper, and it was a whisper. I feel like it was a whisper to more of the earthly senses, because I had, as odd as that sounds, that's what I'm getting here. We are still best friends, but I asked for 3 months space, and he obliged and wants me to be happy. Though not going to lie, we still message a little bit. I used to make a joke all the time. We're so close. You know, I used to make a joke. We're so close, me and my partner, that we spend our alone time together. Again, that's a bit of dry humor there. But, okay, so it did start. Okay. So I'm seeing the color, and I'm feeling inspiration now. So I'm starting to feel that energy from you last time we did this. The song has whispery aspects to it. Okay, perfect. Is it... I'm feeling that inspirational energy. I felt that before from you. Well, it wasn't inspirational before. It was like a giddiness, or like, I would almost describe it like, it's like a SpongeBob energy on crack. That kind of energy. It feels good, but it's a lot. You know, it's kind of a lot of energy, a lot of that. Yes, it feels like that. So close, but alone time. We still occupy each other's thoughts. I understand. I can understand that. But taking the space you need, I think it's important to say what we need to set those boundaries, to set the space for things to happen and occur for us. To say if something is working or if it isn't working. In our minds or in our lives. That's kind of an important thing to focus on. So primarily, when we're talking about this, the thing that I'm feeling most of all from you is there was an indigo aspect to the song, or to the way this is going. So are we writing about spiritual concepts at all? Love SpongeBob. Okay. Is the song about spiritual concepts, or is it a song that's more about emotional concepts? Because I'm seeing indigo with the song, so I'm wondering if there's some spiritual concepts to it, or if there's something along those lines. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that, Elizabeth. Okay. So, both. Okay, both. All right, that makes sense. That makes sense. It feels to me like it's leading in the right direction. I have a feeling that you have a good sense of music and what sounds good to you and what doesn't, what resonates, what doesn't. It's kind of like how a comedian has to have timing to be funny, right? For instance, if I said a funny joke, but I said it in a really gross or weird way, the humor's lost. But I feel like when you're writing music, when you're in that flow space, you know what feels good, what sounds good, and you know what is in the moment is required for... You know how to bring out the instrument, you know how to bring out the vocal, or you know how to bring out the presence of the music, because a lot of times music isn't just the notes you're playing, it is also the notes that you are not playing. So that's kind of an important thing too. What's in between the notes? What's in between the spaces of the music that you're creating? And I feel like you have that sense to be able to put your own spin on it, so to speak. I did see something that to me felt like it's kind of like a parrot. And the parrot to me would be hearing something that we really enjoy and then putting our own spin on it, maybe borrowing inspiration from others in some key areas, but uniquely making it our own to where we can say that we made this and we made it our own. But taking inspiration, which I think is an awesome way to do stuff because it shows that we can take something and make it original, right? And I think originality, taking something, I think that's a good thing. But that's what I'm seeing here. Is that resonating? You appreciate the words. Awesome. Awesome. So star, what I'm seeing here or what I'm feeling is the words Star Yellow Anthem or Yellow Star Anthem. But to me, this feels like it's a heart and soul kind of song. And the star, I feel like, represents hope. The yellow, I feel like, represents courage. And the anthem part, I feel like, represents our dedication towards something. Awesome. Awesome. That's really good. You're doing that. Hold on one second. Just seeing something here. Okay. One second, guys. Hold on. Okay. You write a letter in English and Japanese to yourself every night to practice. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Awesome. Okay, so I do feel like it'll be successful, but the best way for something to be successful, Elizabeth, and you know this, I'm just going to say it because I feel like it can be helpful here. The best way for us to do something and have it be successful is to do it and to be in the moment with it. It's kind of like we're creating something in that moment. We're creating a sense of presence for something to express itself through our talent. And the best thing that we can do is to look at it and say, this is what I'm doing. We're not looking at it to make money. We're not looking at it to be necessarily successful or unsuccessful. That's not what this is about. We're looking at this as an expression of ourself to where we can understand ourselves better, to where we can focus, be in the moment, have fun, but look at it in those kind of aspects. That's what I'm feeling is going to be where you find joy. If we look, we try to put money on it, we try to put a spin on it, we try to do this or that. I don't feel like that's the time for this right now. I feel like right now you need to focus on just the act of being creative, the act of being inspired. Let yourself, be in the presence of this. Let yourself experience it. And I do feel like you can find success, but that's my thoughts on it. Does that make sense to you, Elizabeth? I understand. I understand, Elizabeth. And I think that's something you can do. I definitely think it's something you can do. Be heard through music, be expressive through music. I feel like when we're looking at the musical format, there's so many ways we can be expressive. There's so many ways we can be creative. And hey, Jenny G, how's it going? And I think you have that. I think you have definitely what's going on there. Um, but that's something I'm seeing there. Hey, Amber, how's it going? But as we're looking at this, yeah, the word profitable, like for instance, okay, and this is just me talking. This to me is an important subject. So when we're talking about making money from doing something, right? When I started doing this channel, I did not feel like what I was doing was worth anything, right? That's my own confidence stuff. That's stuff I'm working on. But as time went on, I started charging money. You guys started showing me that I was valuable and appreciating what I was doing, and I appreciated you guys. And it was kind of this thing that went back and forth. But I started off years before I ever started doing YouTube. You know, I started off doing practice things, doing stuff like that. And it's important to kind of be in love with what it is you're doing in the moment, because then you grow from it, you learn from it the most. I feel like that's when we have a love affair with our gifts and our talents, that's kind of when we can go the farthest. And we're definitely worth everything that we deserve and earn and more. But definitely when we're starting out, have it be a hobby, have it be something you're interested in, because as soon as the monetary aspect enters it, sometimes things get dirty, they get muddied, and it makes it hard to enjoy that process, right? So that's what I have to say to that. Does that help you, Elizabeth? Absolutely. I know how hard it was to get started. I know how hard it is to get started. I feel like I have um, some forms of like learning things. Like I feel like I'm on the autism spectrum, I guess is what you would call it. And to me, being expressive, being on here, doing this is challenging to me. This is hard for me to do. But I love coming on here and being supportive and helping you guys, because I can tell that you guys really care about self transformation. I can tell that you guys really care about doing something for yourselves that's good and positive. And it helps me come on here. I'm normally a very reserved person. And so when I come on here and I'm with you guys, I really enjoy having this sense of community, being able to talk and being able to have this bond. You know, I appreciate this. And so I just want you guys to know that. Everyone that comes on here, I really do appreciate you guys coming on here and just showing your support, showing your care and your love. I really do appreciate that. Um, so yeah, does that help you though? Well, you said it did. You said it helped you. So okay. And Amber is on the list too. So do that here. Neurodivergent. I've heard that before. And it sounds like something I could use in a sentence, but I could use it in any sentence. I like neurodivergent. That sounds a lot better than, well, other things that are out there. But I have heard that term. I need to use that because there's neurodivergent and then there's neurotypical, right? And so I feel like I'm more neurodivergent, but I feel like because of that, it's helped to give me a sense of like weirdness and yeah, that's the end of the sentence right there. Okay, so it sounds like we answered the question, Elizabeth. Just be in the passion, be in the passion, be in the moment, be in the purpose of creation is nothing else but creation itself. And to me, that's going to be the most important thing we can do. For the creator, right, us, nothing is more important than the creation, which is the music, the talent, the ability. And anything else on the side is great, but focus on the main reason you're doing it, self-expression. Proper term for those on the autism spectrum. Okay, I will try and use neurodivergent. Even though I know for a fact that's going to raise a lot more eyebrows. Hi, I'm neurodivergent. It'll lead to more questions, and I feel like if I say the autistic thing first, but that's just me. This reading has just helped me. Awesome. I love that. I love that, Elizabeth. And thank you for teaching me a new word. Or anyway, I appreciate that. Okay, Angela, would you want to go for your question? So we have Angela, and then Amber is the next one up. So if you guys are wanting to have your question addressed, use the term you want. I am a special little sprinkle boy. It's my term, little sprinkle boy. Hold on. Let me do this here. Okay. So I woke up Saturday morning and decided to move completely forward and sent Steven a message to fully break things off. He said, okay then. Decided to block me on everything. Not sure why though. Okay, so just so I understand things, Angela, you broke up with Steven and then he you have a good time with your cat puzzle, Elizabeth. So you sent Steven a message to fully break things off. He said, okay then. And then he decided to block you on everything. What is his feelings or thoughts? Okay. I will say this right now, Angela. So when you messaged him and said you wanted to break things off, right? We're going to look at the cards too. But when you messaged him and said you wanted to break things off, he responded, this right here is him pouting, okay? This blocking you on everything, he's trying to make it so that you are thinking about him and you're wondering what's going on. When that happened, that's blocking the connection. And he's making it so that you'll be curious about what's going on with him. I'm sure you were, Angela. I have no doubt in my mind that you were nice, but you got to remember that Steven isn't. You're a good person. I don't feel like Steven is. I don't get that sense with him. You're someone who's kind and gentle and caring and you're there for people. I don't get that with this person. I can imagine, Angela, that you could have worded it the sweetest that anyone has ever, given a message. And he still would have done whatever it is he wanted to do. He's pouting. This is the grown-up version of pouting and being... It's like you're dealing with a man-child. And what I mean by that is a man or a child in a man's body. Okay? That's the mentality we're looking at. Oh. Okay. I love you enough to let this go and remain friends. If you like this is not going anywhere right now. I feel like we are in two different places and wanting two different things. Understandable. And of course, so because you sent a message of just, when you sent that message, Angela, you were saying, I want to finalize things. I want this to kind of be over. And when you did that, he immediately went into block you on everything, don't want to talk to you anymore, don't want to do this anymore. And I feel like he's doing this to try and get you to come back in a way even more. As weird as that sounds, it's kind of like he's waiting for you to come back and be begging for his company in a way. And I know that's not something you're going to do, but this person is trying to play where they're trying to manipulate and pull you back because you were being nice, you were being friendly. You even said, I love you enough to remain friends. You even gave the option to remain friends. No, this person doesn't want to hear that. This person doesn't want that. Okay? So let's look at this though. What are his thoughts and feelings? So what are Steven's thoughts and feelings? Let's look at that. But don't think you did anything wrong, Angela. You are good. It's just this person is very good at making you feel like you did the wrong thing. But it's because you're being your own person. The more you start individualizing yourself, the more you start being your own person and expressing your own views, your own opinions, and you start standing taller and feeling stronger, the more you do that, this person views that as a threat. This person does not like strong women. So that's what's happening here. But let's... Thoughts and feelings. So we'll do two cards, one for thought, one for feelings. We'll discuss as we go along here. So let me shuffle. No, you weren't. You were not wrong. You were not wrong at all. You get to say your message. You get to say what's on your mind, right? You're not wrong for feeling how you feel. I want you to always have that in your mind. You are not wrong. You're never wrong for feeling how you feel about something. Other people can make you feel bad on how you feel about something, but you're not wrong to feel how you feel. So let me keep shuffling here. Let's see what we got here. So what is Stephen thinking and feeling towards Angela? What is Stephen thinking and feeling towards Angela? Hi, Wanda. So what is he thinking and feeling? What is Stephen thinking and feeling? So what he's thinking is 6th chakra Archangel Metatron in reverse. And I'll explain what that is here. So what he's thinking in this situation towards you is he feels, I honestly feel like he's thinking that you're going off in some crazy direction. He feels like whatever it is you're going through, I don't feel like is going to be a long-term thing. So he's expecting this to be something where he blocks you, like I said, and then things happen or whatever, and you're going to be like asking for him to come back. You're going to be like begging for him to come back. That's what he's hoping. So what is he thinking? This is what he's thinking. He's thinking that this is kind of a game. He's playing the game. When I see 6th chakra Archangel Metatron in reverse, this is someone who pulls on us in a spiritual way. So we're going to be distancing ourselves from this person. I feel like this person helped to activate our spiritual sense of self, but not from a place of love. This person did it by hitting trauma triggers. And now you're starting to see what that's like without this person being there, and you get to experience the gift of being more spiritually aware. And I'm feeling like he's just kind of biding his time. I really do feel like it's a power play to wait and see what's going on that way, right? And on top of that, because he blocked you, this is something that can happen as well, and I want you to keep this in mind. Because he blocked you on social media and on different accounts or whatever, he can come on whenever he wants and kind of harass you again because he was the one that did the blocking. Because he was the one that did the blocking, that means that he can disappear and appear basically whenever he wants. And so if you do get the chance and you can block him instead of him blocking you, take that opportunity if that's something that can happen. But otherwise, well, this is how he's feeling. So how is he feeling? We get woman holding a coin in reverse. How is he feeling about you? He's feeling like you've changed. He's feeling like you've changed. The woman holding a coin is a provider. The woman holding a coin in reverse, this person feels like you're getting too big for your britches, kind of a feeling is what I feel. To this person, like I was saying, the thought of I call it self-actualizing, the thought of waking up and doing stuff, like getting things done in your life, waking up and realizing what needs to be done, I feel like is a huge threat to this person. This person isn't someone you can grow with, learn things with, kind of have that be something. There's someone who will say things like, I thought you loved me for who I was. I thought this, and this. They'll try to put the blame on you in some way. And in a relationship, the best thing that can happen in a relationship is that both individuals change over time. They still stay on the same page, they still talk, but there's change, there's evolution, there's growth. If one partner is changing and evolving and growing and the other one is not, there's not much of a relationship there. It just feels like one partner's coasting and the other person's pulling the wagon. So that's kind of the situation I feel with this person. So does that sort of help answer that question, Angela? I get a feeling that the person just thinks you're too opinionated, you're not, they wouldn't say strong. And you told me you feel like I will hear from him again. Unfortunately, I do. I don't want you to. I wouldn't want you to hear from this person again, but it feels like to me this person wants to just be kind of like a tick that pokes their head up. They try to get whatever sustenance they can from you and then they burrow away. They just do something else again. So I do feel like you could hear from him again, specifically because he blocked you on social media. You didn't get to block him, so he can just unblock you whenever and decide when it's time, or things like that. But right now, I feel like he's doing a version of pouting. He can't get what he wants from you, and so what he's doing is he's withholding his presence. It's called stonewalling, and that's what I feel like he's trying to do. He's trying to get you to realize that you made a mistake somewhere, and by blocking you, it sends a message of like, I'm not here even if you wanted me to be. But he never was there for you in the first place. Oh, Wanda, I don't remember ever blocking. I don't remember ever blocking you. I'm sorry if something happened in error. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Wanda. I don't know. I don't know what happened there. You're welcome to the community. I don't know why I would block you. But if I did, I'm sorry. That doesn't sound like something I would do. But if I did that, that's my fault. You're welcome in the community, Wanda. Well, I avoided him today at work by not being near the area when he comes in. Perfect, Angela, perfect. You're taking a stand. What I honestly think when he blocked you, he wanted you today to come in and see him and talk to him about it. And you didn't do that. You're still being strong. You're still in your power. That's awesome. That's how you should be. You get to control the way this works out, not him. But also, Wanda, so I do Cash App and PayPal, usually right here. So if you want to do something, you can do a Cash App or PayPal. $10 for one question and $25 for 3. Or we can do some energy healing, or we can do mediumship. I charge a little bit more for, just because it's a little more difficult for me to get connections sometimes. But I only found out he blocked me because he called. So let me get this straight. This person who's not talking to you called you and told you they're not talking to you? What kind of childish... He's just... Okay. It's like if someone's giving you the silent treatment, they look you dead in the eye and they say, I'm not talking to you. I'm giving you the silent treatment. And you're like, okay, you could have just not said anything, but all right. Hey, James. I was keeping track of those stocks. I don't think I answered those stock questions right, but you're very welcome. I okay. I said the one would go up and the one would go down, and they flip flop. So, uh, at least that's what I saw. But Wanda, I never blocked you. I'm pretty sure I never blocked you. I don't feel like I would. So Angela, I was like, oh, the phone tripping. Then I went to message on Facebook, realized he did. Okay, okay, so that makes sense. I'm pretty sure I didn't block you, Wanda. If something happened, I'm sorry that's the case, but I honestly do not remember blocking or anything like that, especially if you were being kind and supportive. You know what I mean? I don't remember blocking you. And you're still talking to me, so I don't think I blocked you. But if something happened, I'm sorry. That's the only reason you found out, Angela. Okay, I can understand that. I don't think I have a bot. I mean, maybe I do. I'm not really sure. I don't remember blocking Wanda, but I don't know. Maybe it happened. I wouldn't say it happened by mistake because you have to go in and select something and block a person. I don't remember blocking you, Wanda, and I'm sorry if that's the case. I'm sorry if that happened. Um, the first time you asked the spirits and closed your eyes and said, "Let me see what I can get from the spirits," for about 1 to 3 minutes. Then you said very accurately, the second time you were fast. The more accurate is better. Yes, yes, the more accurate is better, James. I do agree with that. Um, I don't feel like James with the financial questions you've been asking. I don't feel like I've been as accurate as I could be, and I feel like maybe when I say something, maybe you're putting a lot of stake in that, and I don't know anything about the financial markets. And as it comes to um, me getting messages, right? I don't want to steer you in the wrong direction. I know you want correct answers, you want the right answers. I'd be doing this for myself too if I felt like I was good enough at it to do it myself. Oh, okay. Okay. I understand. With Alexandra, I didn't feel comfortable with that connection. And if you want, we can talk about this in private, Wanda. If you want to bring it in here, this isn't the place for it. If you want, you can email me and we can talk about this in private. But I'm not going to have you interrupt this session here, right? And with Alexandra, I just didn't feel comfortable. And she was nice, she was supportive, but there were parts of it that did not feel right to me. And so yes, I did block her. I'll admit I blocked her, yes. But that can be between, she can still email me, or we can do this through email. But to me right now, this is not the time while I'm doing my live. Right? I would hope you could understand that. We can talk about it, but just please not right now. I understand that what I did could appear that way, but I have a reason for doing things the way I do them. And I mean, that's about all I'm going to say right there. So, and I don't claim to be the nicest, most spiritual person ever. I'm still learning, I'm still growing, and I'll probably make a few mistakes or more on the way. That's a good question, Angela. Okay, got a little off track there. Thanks, James. I appreciate that, my friend. I will say this, though. I try to be there as much as I can. I try to be nice. I try to be that person. I'm not perfect at it. I know I'm not perfect at it. And sometimes if I feel uncomfortable with a person, for me, I kind of just separate myself. You know? Yeah, I'm going to address the rest of your question, Angela. Hold on one second. I know it's been going there, but I separate myself from what makes me uncomfortable. If that makes me a cold person, then I guess that makes me a cold person. I try to do my best, but if I feel uncomfortable, I feel uncomfortable, and I don't need to address why. I just did in the situation. You know? No, not to everyone. I realize that. I wish Alexandra the best. I really do. Again, I just didn't feel comfortable, and that's okay. Yeah, it does seem like that, doesn't it? It kind of went right along with that narrative, rhubarb. But and I'll say this too. Apart from doing these lives, I'm pretty socially awkward. I try to be there. I try to help in the ways I can, in a spiritual way. But again, I'll own up to whatever I did, but I don't feel wrong doing it. I didn't feel comfortable, so I blocked somebody. I just didn't feel comfortable, right? That blocking questions brought up hurt feelings. For you, Angela? Hey, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, rhubarb with this kind of situation here. Yes, the person comes through and can block and then unblock and then say, "Oh, I didn't mean to," or "Oh, it was an accident, a mistake." Whatever they can to get back in. It's important to not let the person back in that way. But yeah, I guess what I can say is this to offer some sort of condolence to the situation, Wanda. By no means, when I come on here and I do this, am I trying to portray myself as the perfect person. Yes, I want to be nice. Um, and, I want to come off that way, of course, right? Like that seems like something you want to do. You want to be likable. But again, if I do feel uncomfortable, I don't know how else to handle the situation. And I'm not perfect at it. I mean, I'll own up to it and say I need to work, I need to change things. And I'm trying, and if I hurt somebody, then that's on me. I hurt somebody, and I'll take that. But again, I didn't feel comfortable. And if I don't feel comfortable, I I kind of just step away from what's making me feel uncomfortable. Probably not the best way to handle things, but I'm a very private person. Um, uh, that's about the best I can give you. And my condolences to Alexandra and all that. I'm not perfect at this. Thank you, Amber. I appreciate that. Thank you, Angela. I appreciate that too. I want to give a little bit of context, you know. Thank you, Angela. I appreciate that. I do. You guys are awesome. Thank you. But Angela, be on the lookout um, for people that could want to use, or for Steven trying to come back in some way, shape, or form. I feel like you've got this, though. I feel like you know how he plays the game now. I think you're understanding that. Have the burps a little bit. Um, but yeah, so that's all I'll say on that situation there. And so, Angela, did that kind of help answer your question? I know it kind of went roundabout there. But yeah. No, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just giving context to it. I told you, I said this. I said I don't feel bad for what I did. I don't. I'll own up to that. I don't feel bad about how I handled it. I probably could have handled it a little bit better, maybe here or there, but how I handled it, I felt like was okay. I don't have to explain myself to anybody. But for context sake, I'm saying that. I can come off as a little cold sometimes. I can understand that. And yeah, that's just how I handled the situation. But I don't have it figured out, guys. I do not have it figured out. And in nowhere do I have it figured out. I'm still learning. I'm still growing. I think everyone is, right? But thank you, Angela and Amber and guys, for being there. So, okay, Amber, would you want to ask your question? Okay, I'm gonna stretch here. Oh. And there are lots of ways to reach out to me. We do not have to do it through a public format, but I can understand some people. Alrighty. Gigi, awesome. You're back. You're still moving? Is everything okay? Like you're still... I thought you had to be out by Sunday, or did they give you some extra time? Amber says, I felt really spread thin recently, more than I normally do. I feel like I don't have enough time or energy to do everything I want to do. What should I be focusing on right now? Oh, perfect, perfect. Well, hopefully you enjoy listening to whatever it is we're doing here. Well, good luck in your endeavors. And again, sorry that's something you have to do. I know that can be a challenge. Hopefully you're liking the new house, though. Okay, let me shuffle the cards here. Actually, let's try doing this again. Or let's try doing this. The new house is nice. Awesome. Awesome. I'm glad it's a nice house. Okay, Gigi, you have a good one. So, Amber, would it be okay if I connected with you psychically and tried to connect? Okay. Let's see what we can come up with here. So the first thing I'm seeing, Amber, here is the number 13. Is there a deadline? Is something coming up on the 13th of August or the 13th of September? It feels like the number 13 is kind of prevalent here. And since there isn't a 13th month yet, I'm sure there will be one day. Is this... I'm just curious what the number 13 would represent here. If that doesn't make any sense, we can dive a little bit deeper here. Okay. Hmm. So you're feeling your energy kind of fizzle out. From what I can understand, you're feeling things are spread too thin. One of the things I saw for you, Amber, was flames, and then I got passion, like flames, passion, that kind of a feeling here. So possibly we could be reaching, I mean, it sounds similar to a burnout situation. You want to make sure what energy you have, you put it into something worthwhile. You have that endeavor, you have something you can pour yourself into. And it feels to me like the creative part, I feel like, is fun. That's going to be the part where you can feel like you can shine the most. But the flames here, the flames burn, right? Flames burn bright, but then they usually don't burn long, right? And so we need to take this energy and we need to put it into something more productive. So let's do this here. Let me see what else I can get. Give me 1 second. Let me look at this. So the one thing I'm seeing here is a hydrangea flower, and I had to look up what that was because I've heard of it before. I didn't know what it looked like or anything. I didn't know the symbols behind it. I feel like we're trying to focus on doing things with as much like heart as we could put into it. And I feel like maybe we're putting ourselves out there too much. Maybe we're putting ourselves in a place where our energy could be spent in other areas, like you were saying before. So give me 1 second here, because we have the hydrangea symbolism, which represents beauty and it represents grace. It represents trying to handle things. It represents trying to be full, trying to be lavish, trying to have a sense of completion, beauty, style, all of that. I feel like that's kind of something I'm feeling from this. Those are some of your favorite flowers. Okay, so that makes sense. So then, I feel like what we could do moving forward is, because I'm already feeling like I'm stretched too thin. I'm feeling like the energy here is almost like you could take a It feels like because you're stretched as thin as you are, if it feels like a slight breeze could kind of blow everything over, but they don't last long, right? The hydrangea flowers, they don't last long. Okay, I'll have to put that on there too. So right here, Amber, from what I'm feeling, give me just a second here. They require a lot of care. Oh, okay, okay. Give me just a minute here. I'm still seeing some information here, so. Is there Amber? Is there a sense of feeling like because I saw something that made me feel like there has to be a rush to get things done now. It feels like the future doesn't hold anything. It doesn't promise anything to us, and I'm feeling like we're living in the present moment, but in kind of a rushed state, where the things we're doing, I feel like we're enjoying them, but we're not necessarily enjoying them for what they are because we're too focused on, maybe we're too focused on the outcome, or maybe we're too focused on what could be coming up next. But that's what I'm feeling. There's a sense of you're doing all of this stuff, but being present with just one thing feels like it would be difficult to do. And because you'd be present here, you might be missing something here. That's kind of what I'm feeling. There's a trade-off of attention. So it's like whatever's going on over here, I can't be present there because there's this over here. So it feels like we're tending to a lot of different things, and we're not necessarily sticking with one thing. That's what you were asking, but hold on. Is that making sense right there? So ooh, nice, rhubarb. Nice. I know nothing about plants. Nothing at all, but there's no but. I don't know anything about them. That's cool though that you have the hydrangeas. They looked very pretty what I was seeing on Google. I just looked them up on there, so. And maybe, Amber, there could be what feels like a lack of appreciation as well, that I'm feeling like could be leading to the flames kind of dying down. Okay, so that makes sense. That's kind of what I was feeling. And yes, we all are getting older, right? Um, can I ask you, Amber, your business isn't kind to aging women, and that's what I was feeling there, is that there was this kind of need to rush and progress to do something. Like you said, these accomplishments. But yeah, I can understand the dating game wouldn't be that way either. So when you're talking about these accomplishments, Amber, what is an accomplishment? What would you define an accomplishment is to you? Just gonna hold on 1 second here. Okay. Having a solid career and having a life partner. Okay, I can understand that. And um, let me look here a little bit more. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is this is probably right here, Amber. I feel like this is a part of the process that we were talking about. Um, a lot of this I feel like is pooling together right now. So the narcissistic videos you've watched, the different things, the different traits, and all of that kind of stuff, I feel like a lot of it's coming to a head right now, especially with the things that you're doing, the way you're putting yourself out there. I feel like all of it's kind of coming to a head at this point right now. I mean, you don't need me to tell you that, but um, that's what I'm feeling. Is most of this is coming from a situation. They call it it's called the dark night of the soul, and usually people have multiple dark nights of the soul. The dark night isn't to represent a passage of time from day to night, it's to represent a period of life. So when we go through this, a lot of things change and go topsy turvy, and a lot of times people can hit burnout, people can feel um, lost, or like they're going in the complete opposite direction of where they want to go, or they can just feel like things aren't working anymore, right? It's a process of, it's almost like a process of living by elimination, I guess. Like you have things that keep being taken away from you, but over time we find out that the things that were taken away were actually blessings because it helped us in some way. In this situation here, Amber, I'm going to ask you this. So you're asking me, what should you do? What should be the way that you go in this direction? Um, and I'll come back here and say, what would you want to do? What would you want to do if, let's say, money was no object? What would be something that would be a passion project for you? I feel like you're a passionate person. I feel like you have that, but maybe we're transitioning into another part of passion. Maybe we're going into something different. I feel like you mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned teaching before. You've mentioned some other possible career options. So what would stop us from possibly doing teaching or doing something like that? Because I feel like you would be a very good teacher. I feel like you're someone who is kind and patient and would be able to handle kids or adults or any scenario there. I feel like, if I'm not mistaken, uh, teaching English, but I can't remember for sure. It's been a while since we've talked about that, but I feel like we've. Hopefully, I'm not just talking out of my ass, because I don't know for sure. So when we're talking about Amber, when we're talking about um, starting something and maybe giving something up, the way I view it is like this: when we start to do something, maybe for a time, maybe for a time, that part of our life is closed off. But once we've gotten the hang of whatever it is we would want to be doing, then we can add more stuff on top of it later. It doesn't mean we're closing the door for good. To me, what it means is that we're closing a screen door on something. We can still see inside the house, we can still see what's kind of going on there, but until we've established a connection in another spot and we've gotten that, I feel like if we did something where we had more security, and it wasn't necessarily like a gig or a freelance kind of economy that we were living in, possibly, I don't know the full story there, but um, then I feel like from there'd be more security. From feeling more secure and doing some healing that we've been talking about, we could attract a partner that we would eventually want. And I feel like even if we settled down, if we had all this other stuff in place, I feel like we could definitely do acting and we could do teaching as well, but not simultaneously. I'm not feeling like it would be a simultaneous thing, but I am feeling like when we got the hang of one, we could go into the other, if that makes sense. It's kind of like wish I could give an example here. I'm trying to think of an example, but it's like trying to chase after two things at once. You can't chase after two things at once unless, right, and it's very expensive living in Los Angeles. But you can't chase two things at once unless both of those two things are heading in the same direction. Then we could chase both of them at once. And for right now, let's have it where maybe we go after something that gives us more security, which in turn would make it so that we could live the life that we wanted without the worry. And yes, there would be time, there would be dedication there, but there would also be a sense of like, I have a solid job, I have something I can do, I have something I could fall back on just in case. I feel like there's a lot of pressure that's put on us, especially in LA and especially in the acting, the dancing kind of community. I feel like there's a lot of pressure that's put on us to perform always, to be at the top of our game always. And I feel like if you had something you could fall back on, it wouldn't be as much of a deal. And then you could go into it with a new sense of creative expression where you're not necessarily doing this for just the money. And I'm not saying you're doing it for the money. I know you have a creative soul. I know you have that. But I'm sure the money at some points, the money is a huge part of it. And you would probably not want it to be that way. You would probably want to do it for the fun and then have the money as like an accessory to the fun, right? Like a side thing for the fun. I mean, that's what I'm feeling here. You might have to give up one for a second, but I don't feel like you're giving it up forever. I feel like it's just like kind of pushing something to the side to grab something else for a second and then coming back for it eventually. And maybe, and Amber, if I'm wrong with this, please tell me. Please tell me. I don't want to overstep my bounds. I don't want to. I feel like I had something come in where maybe through dancing and acting, we're trying to prove to ourselves that we're worthy and we're valid. We're trying to get bigger gigs. We're trying to do that to prove to ourselves how worthy we are. And I feel like it's already there. I feel like your worth is already there. You don't need to go after and chase it. That's not something you need to do. I feel like you love the creative energy, but a part of me is feeling like you're trying to prove something. And I don't feel like that's helping in that situation. Again, I could be wrong. Please let me know if I'm wrong. But that's just something that's kind of an aside that I was feeling. Your biggest immediate challenge is leaving your current job. You just want to move up, not backwards. I know we've talked before, if I'm not mistaken, the current job, I can't remember if it was real estate or if it was doing something like that. I don't know what job you're at now. That doesn't necessarily matter, but I'm trying to focus here on what I feel like would be the best thing. And obviously moving up, how did you say it? You want to move up, not backwards. Completely understand that. Who would want to go backwards, right? Who would want to have that be something? But I feel like the best thing we could do right now would be to invest in like the educational part. If you wanted to do the teaching thing, if you wanted to do something like that, I'm wondering if there's any way where you could do that. I mean, it would be a bit of a squeeze. If I say it like this, it would be a bit of a squeeze to do this. And maybe this would be killing a few birds with a couple stones. So I'll say this, and then Amber, you can take it, reject it, however you want to feel with this. But is there any way we could keep a current job, possibly get the education we needed for the teaching, and during that time, maybe we're not focusing so much on the dancing and the acting for money, right? We're putting that on the wayside for a minute. We're focusing on doing something else, and then we earn the education. Once we have that and we can find another job, I'm wondering if we could move into something more permanent. You get out of that job, you start to understand how the teaching job works, and then from there, you could branch out and go into the acting and dancing again. Because it does feel to me like if you have that much on your plate, you will burn out. And it's not because you're not passionate enough, but it's because there's only so much you can do, right? There's only so much one Amber can do. So I'm feeling like when it comes to prioritizing, that's going to be something that I feel like would be a good thing to look into. But I understand that in itself, what I just suggested, that sounds challenging too. So, I'm just focusing on that. None of it's easy sounding, and I don't want it to sound like I'm saying any of this is easy, because there's different challenges here. But what challenge do we want to face, right? In the immediate future, I'm feeling like our challenge is going to be us feeling motivated, us feeling strong enough to be able to do things. And what can we do about that in the immediate future? What can we do to counteract that? And for you, I feel like the biggest thing would be to have some sort of security where we feel like even if shit did hit the fan, we would still be okay. We may have to lick our wounds a little bit, but we'd still be all right. We could still do something. And I feel like you need to be able to say that to yourself in order for yourself to feel safe, in order for yourself to feel like you got this. And I can understand security, kind of a big deal, right? That is kind of a big ask, I think, but it's on our does dating fit in there? I think it could. It depends on, it depends on kind of what we're looking for, what we're wanting, right? The biggest thing, Amber, I like the face you did at the end there. I don't know what that face means. Like, I've looked at that face and I'm like, I don't know what that face means. I've tried to figure it out. Is it a drunk person? Because I'm thinking that's a drunk person. Or like someone who's a little tipsy, it's kind of a little, but I feel like dating would fit, but it's kind of like, when we're secure in ourselves, then it's easier for us to go out and find other people that are also secure. Have you looked into attachment styles, Amber, at all? Has that been anything that's happened with you? Okay. Have you looked into attachment style theory, I should say, because it's not proven, it's still a theory, but I'm just curious. Because I don't think we've talked about that on the channel, at least not a whole lot. No, not yet. Would you mind if I talked about it for a second? Would you be okay if we chatted about that for a minute? You're the last paid reading in line, so until someone else pays or until, we've answered your question, there's no rush. We can just talk. So would you be okay talking about that? Okay, so attachment theory is interesting. You have basically, I think there's like 5 types, but there's the main ones. So I'll go over them. Different psychologists use different ways to describe these behaviors, but generally they mean the same thing. They're just speaking in a different psychological language. So you have avoidant people. These are people that run away from emotions, that run away from intimacy, and they're generally seen as cold people. They could have usually they learn this from it could be an absent father, or it could be an absent mother, it could be both, right? So people learn absent behavior. They're not there for emotions, and they're generally not there for themselves. And these people, when we get in relationships with them, they're going to be the people that you have to chase, and you have to pry stuff out of them, and you have to really, really try hard. You have to reach into their heart. You have to reach in and grab anything that you can to try and get any information from these people. And generally, it's a very excruciatingly painful process for the person doing that, because it shouldn't be that difficult. Then you have the anxious individual. The anxious individual can happen, maybe mom and dad were too critical of us, or maybe there was a sense of just not having our own sense of self, not having anything going on. And the anxious person is someone who's always ruminating over something. So if you're in a relationship and you're an anxious type, you would be someone who would constantly be thinking that your partner's going to leave, or that your partner's going to do this, or your partner's going to do that. It's kind of like we're always thinking worst case scenario, right? And then you have anxious avoidant people. That one's a little more confusing, but that's like 50-50. It's like you're worried the person's going to leave you, but you're also kind of cold and not in touch with your own emotions. So that can be something there too. Now, then we have the secure attachment style. And the secure attachment style, and the book I was reading, and I don't believe it to be true, okay? 50% of the population is secure. To me, it sounds like they pulled it out of their ass, because unless I'm missing the point. Anyway, so secure people apparently represent a large part of the population, but secure people, they're secure. They don't let what other people say get to them. They're emotionally in tune and in touch. They're there for you in an emotional way, in a capacity that makes sense, and they're usually in it for the long haul. These people are like long haul people, like they're there for you kind of a thing. But in order to attract because let's say we're anxious, let's say we're the anxious attachment style, we're going to be attracting the avoidant attachment style more often than not. And it's like psychological. They're attracted to each other. I don't know what it is. It's like there's this dance that happens, but avoidance and anxious, they mix together all the time. And the anxious always thinks the avoidant's going to leave, and then the avoidant just doesn't appreciate the anxious, right? And it's kind of like this cycle that keeps going on. So the way we get to a secure attachment style, or we bring in a secure partner for us, is for us to also embody the secure attachment style. That's why I talk about working on ourselves, because we don't know what a secure partner will look like until we've healed certain trauma points in ourselves. Until that point happens, we can keep attracting the wrong partner over and over again. It's the same kind of partner, but just with a different face and body, but it's a very similar kind of partner that we keep attracting until we know what it is that we're doing. And we make the subconscious part of how we pick our partners more conscious. Is that making sense, Amber? Actually, let me see if it's here. There it is. Okay, so Amber, if you can, I know it's another thing on your plate, and I'm sorry about this, but so there's a book here, it's called Attached: The New Science of Adult Attachment and How It Can Help You Find and Keep Love. Okay, so it's called Attached. It looks like this, and it's like a red book. It's got a red cover and stuff. But that one right there, so Attached by Amir Levine, so I can do this here. And I know you're thinking, okay, it's a book, When it comes to stuff like this, and I know it can kind of suck sometimes to learn this sort of stuff because we have other stuff on our plate. But when we read stuff like this, it puts a lot into perspective. I feel like a lot of us, we don't have any kind of structure or framework that puts this information readily available right in front of us. We kind of have to have heartbreak after heartbreak. We have to have these things happen to us. And we're wondering, is something wrong with me? Is something going on? Nothing's wrong with you. We're just attracting the wrong partners, but nothing is wrong with you. It's just we need to focus on what it is that we need to change to attract partners that will understand us and get us. And books like this, you read once, maybe twice, but you read them and they give you so much insight. And that promotes healing too. That's a definite thing that promotes healing. So, attached by Amir Levine. Hopefully, I'm saying that right. And it's a good book. It talks about the different attachment styles, and it can help you with understanding how that works. But the anxious attachment style and the avoidant attachment style, think of it like a game of cat and mouse. It's like Tom and Jerry, and you're chasing each other around. You don't know what's going on, but it's both partners in that situation. It's a fundamental mismatch because one partner wants security from the avoidant. The avoidant can't give the security, so they think that the anxious is being clingy, and it just keeps going back and forth. The anxious person is being needy, and they're being, and they see that as an undesirable trait. But a secure person wouldn't see it that way. But of course, an avoidant person would. And it's one of those things. And generally speaking, you don't usually get two anxious people in a relationship. It can happen sometimes. And you sure as hell don't get two avoidant people in a relationship. I don't even know what that looks like, right? When even saying hello to your partner would be like grounds for breaking up, that to me, I guess, would be two avoidants in a relationship. I don't know. It just sounds weird to me. But hopefully that gives some context into what I'm saying. And the book, like I said, it gives more, and it's a read. There's about 270 pages, and it's good, and it talks about things that can help anybody grow and anybody learn this kind of stuff. Because there is nothing wrong with you, Amber, but I can understand feeling like there is sometimes, feeling like it's just difficult to put ourselves out there, and we keep attracting these people, and eventually we'll stop putting ourselves out there and putting up that flag that attracts those people. Eventually we'll go out there and we'll put something else up, and other people will be attracted to that new thing, and new experiences can happen because we'll attract people who will appreciate us, who will understand us, who will try to understand us, who will try to get us, because that's one of those things. It's beautiful to be in a relationship, but there are some hard parts, and I think that's important to keep in mind too. But ultimately, I think you can find it. We just got to focus on that healing journey, which is, I know it's probably not the funnest part. But you'll be glad you did that, because then you can see the signs of something possibly not working out. But that's something. So hopefully that helps. Okay. I'll be right back, everybody. I'll be right back. Just going to go to the bathroom real quick. Stay tuned if you guys want to, and like I said, I'm coming back, so hold on. You're welcome, Amber. You're very welcome. Yeah, so I mean, just keep on doing your thing, but before you reach that burnout, look into it at least, if that's something you feel like you can do with the teaching, with everything else, because I understand not feeling like we are where. I understand not feeling like we are. I'm not saying this right. I understand not feeling like that we are at a place in life where things are. I'm tongue-tied as hell. I'm trying here. Hold on. You'll get to where you want to be, Amber. You will get to where you want to be. But I feel like we need to focus on doing stuff long term. Maybe doing things that are uncomfortable or difficult for a brief amount of time to get the reward of something that could be more longer lasting. And like I said, I feel like security financially for you would be something that would give you that edge to feel more comfortable going out in the world, having your own thing. I feel like would be something that would make you feel proud and happy. And yeah, hopefully that makes sense there. Yoshi, no, buddy. Come here. Come here. There we go. Come here, buddy. Okay. Good. I'm glad, Amber. I'm glad that helps. I'm glad that's something that helps. So, awesome. Okay. Well, unless you have another question, Amber, which we could go into if you want to do another payment, we could do that. But if not, we can just chat here, or if you have something you need to do, I can completely understand that too. But I do appreciate you coming by and supporting me on Patreon, which has been very, very nice. And I was telling people earlier that I'm looking to start 2 podcasts in the not too distant future. Yoshi, come here, buddy. Come here. I don't want you up there. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yoshi, come here. Come on, buddy. But we're looking to start some podcasts that would be Patreon exclusive only, so you would have access to that, Amber. In the future, we're looking at trying to do stuff that's more Patreon exclusive, so be on the lookout for that. I'll let you guys know when it goes live. Hey, buddy. Yes. Okay. Hold on one sec, guys. Hold on. Sorry, I know this is taking a second. Come here, buddy. Okay. There we go. I'm sorry that happened, Rhubarb. That sounds horrible. I am sorry that happened, my friend. If you want, you could subscribe to the channel if you're not already subscribed. Oh, you do have another one, Amber? Okay. I'm I'm here. I'm ready for you. Can't remember. There was a site you could use to make of course they do. Of course they do. Hold on here. Hold on one second here. All right, Amber. So, trying to think here. So, do you want to do another $7 for the new question? And then we can address it. And we can look at both love interests. You don't have to do $7 twice. Yeah, you have been meeting people with same or similar names. It's weird how stuff like that works. When I was a kid, I used to only get crushes, and this is the weirdest thing, and it always happened to the girl with the same name, right? Okay, you did. All right. Okay, hold on one sec. Like they have to do something else. It's kind of our job to do the reading, and I try to spend as much time as I can. My prices are a little bit more. I do $10. Well, I do this right here, rhubarb. I took this off, but I usually have this as my go-to. One question for 10 or 3 questions for 25, but I spend more time. I spend more time on each question. So when you pay for 10, you'll maybe get 10 or 15 minutes of connection. Unless it's super simple, then I can answer it pretty quick. But for the most part, I try to spend more time with people. And thank you for saying my approach is calm. I appreciate that. I'm trying to see, Amber, if the payment went through. Hold on. I have this happen sometimes, Amber. For some reason, my PayPal does not... I don't know if it rejected the payment or what happened, but right now... I have the first one you sent, but I never got the second one. I don't know why it works that way. I really don't. It was loading slowly. Okay, yeah, maybe something happened with the processing here. But the girl that I kept, not, it wasn't the same girl, but the name was the same. There was like 5 or 6 different Haleys in my life, and I would start falling for them before I even knew what their name was, and then I found out their name was Haley, and this happened over and over again, and it's like, why? But why though? Why did it keep happening? Anyway, I understand the name thing, Amber. I mean, those were a while ago, those connections, but still, it was weird. There we go. Okay, it went through. Thank you, Amber. Perfect, thank you. Okay. Awesome, okay. Okay, so we're talking R and R, 2 connections here. And also something you should be doing more of, Amber, if you can, rest and relaxation, right? R and R. Okay, so let's look at this. I'm gonna do more, I think I'm gonna use the cards for this, just because it feels like a card situation. And plus, when I use the cards, you guys get to see the cards. You guys get to see the process. When I'm doing the psychic stuff, it's a subjective experience. I'm experiencing it, but you guys aren't. So until I can get that psychic projector to put on the screen, we're gonna have to wait a little bit. Just a minute. Let's see. So give me, okay, so they're both of their names are R, right? If I can remember, RJ was 1, right? Maybe I'm wrong with those initials. The other R, so can you give me their initials? We have RJ, I think, and then what are the initials for the other person? Is it also RJ? Because if so, we'll do RJ1 and RJ2, and I'll try to assign. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Raha, okay. All right, so Raha and RJ, right? Or just making sure. I'll shuffle the cards here. RJ, okay, so Raha and RJ, perfect, perfect. I was thinking both of them are going to be named RJ because we've had that luck in the past. So I was thinking there was going to be something like that, but RJ and Raha, okay. So I'll do 2 cards for Raha and then 2 cards for RJ, and we'll kind of see those connections here. So let's do that. You don't know what RJ stands for yet. Well, that's okay. We'll just call him RJ. I don't need to know the full name anyway, so we're good. We can just call him RJ. Okay. Raha and RJ. This is for Raha. Left is for Raha, right is for RJ. And then we're gonna do these cards here. Just gonna use these ones to do a little extra. So let's see. All right, let's see. Raha on the left, RJ on the right. So, Raha. So let's look at the Raha individual first. Okay, so Raha individual, we get door to personal healing and happiness in reverse, but then we get Four of Cups also in reverse. I'm wondering what's going on with this connection here, because it feels like someone who could be maybe in a slump or someone who's going through a rough time. I'm not sure, but it feels like there's something here where there's someone who doesn't have a strong when I see door to personal healing and happiness in reverse, it's making me feel like maybe this person isn't quite how they make themselves out to be. That's kind of what I'm feeling here. And then Four of Cups in reverse, this person feels like they... Four of Cups is a card of like rest and rejuvenation. When it's in reverse, it's someone who could be pushing themselves too hard or someone who could be going in a direction. So I'm wondering if Raha has a tendency to be self-destructive or self-sabotaging in some way with this kind of personality. It feels like this person secludes themselves, they shut themselves out from the world, and then they come back. But I feel like there's a sense of this person kind of tugging on us, and then there's not a lot of connection with this person because it feels like they withdraw, they come back, they withdraw. That's kind of the sense that I'm getting. With Raha, I don't know, have you had experiences with Raha yet, Amber? Or are these just possible connections? Okay, so Amber, let's, and I'll look at RJ's thing here, so hold on. So we get the Knight of Coins in reverse, followed by Anxiety in reverse. The Anxiety in reverse isn't a bad card. Like, it's not like super anxiety when anxiety's in reverse. It could be an alleviation of anxiety. But there could be a lack, like you said, it's hard for us to trust ourselves. So I'm gonna ask you, Amber, okay? When you text RJ, when you text RJ, how does that go? Can you don't have to give me verbatim, you don't have to tell me that, but can you tell me kind of how the texting relationship is between you two? Okay, so Amber, let's do this. I got the Knight of Coins in reverse and Anxiety in reverse. So I want you, if you feel comfortable with it, if you talk with this person, and they feel like they're trying to sell you something you don't need, that's when you know that it could be a situation that's not good. Or if you feel like this person's trying to pressure you or rush you into something, again, that's a red flag. If this person respects your space, your privacy, and they understand things that are going on in your life, or they try to understand, or if this person asks you questions about yourself, and then later on they remember little details and they talk about those details, that's when we know someone could be interested and they could be a good match. But if in any way, shape, or form you feel rushed, you feel hurried, you feel ignored or unappreciated by this person, then there could be something going on there. There could also be misunderstandings that lead to that way of feeling. So it's important to talk and to have communication. But if it does feel like you're being rushed, or if it feels like you're being put on the spot suddenly, or you have to do something quickly, if there's those kinds of situations, that's usually when it's not going to be a good match, because the person's kind of testing and seeing what's going on and what you will and won't tolerate. But if it feels like it's a slow, steady kind of conversation that you're having, if it feels like you both reach out to each other, there's a connection there. If it feels like you guys can have conversations that don't just lead to talking about sex or just constantly lead to that kind of scenario, you want someone who first falls in love with the mind and then falls in love with the rest of you, kind of a thing. But that to me would be kind of the situation. With RJ, is there a sense of feeling rushed? Is there a sense of feeling like you have to do it now or I'll be disappointed? Or is there something like that? I'm wondering if I'm just wondering the character of this person, right? I'm curious about the character because we don't want to get people who are going to rush us. So you tell me, how does that go for you, Amber? I know it's kind of a lot to type, so. Okay, RJ seemed to be more proactive about meeting and getting together. Okay, and there's nothing wrong with that. If it's in a dating scenario, meeting to get to know each other, nothing wrong with that. But is it like super pushy? Is it like to the point where it feels uncomfortable, or do you feel like he's handling it okay? I understand a phone call, right? And I can understand not wanting to count him out. I do feel like Raha here, from what I'm seeing, because we have the Four of Cups in reverse and door to personal healing and happiness in reverse. I do feel like there could be a tendency of this person reaching out, connecting, and then kind of withdrawing if something starts to move along. It feels like this person emotionally has. I feel like they have abandonment issues, and I feel like that's going to be something later on that you would see from this person. And there's nothing wrong with having abandonment issues, but if we haven't healed or started that healing journey, then those kinds of people can take it out on us. The people who didn't necessarily give them the wound. And so it feels like Raha feels a little more unstable. Knight of Coins in reverse, and then the anxiety in reverse. It does feel like RJ takes the initiative, which is good. That can be a good thing. The Knight of Coins in reverse, though, is making me feel like, have they ever used, and if this isn't true, but I'm just going with what I'm seeing in the cards here. So have they ever used money as a way to try to get you to find them impressive? Do they mention their wealth, or do they mention they have this or they have that? Do they try to name drop, or do they try to make themselves seem bigger than they are? Like a chest puffed out kind of thing, like, look at how good I am kind of a thing. Is that something that RJ does? Or, because if that's the case, then RJ would be a very insecure person, and that would lead to other issues. But again, I'm waiting for your response because I don't know. Okay, that's good. That's good if he hasn't mentioned it. That's good. If there's someone that's name dropping, or if there's someone who's really trying to aggrandize themselves or trying to make themselves appear bigger than they are, then that's not good. That's a pretty insecure person. But if he's been chill with that, that's good. Like I've said, Amber, right? The calling someone, I don't see any harm in it, in trying that if you feel comfortable. If it feels pressured, if it feels kind of weird, maybe message him and say it's not something you feel comfortable doing right now. You want to get to know him better. And if he doesn't understand that, then you can take that as a sign too that he couldn't be a right match. Because if he doesn't respect your wishes or boundaries, that could be something too. But it's important to kind of to give this, like, see what's going on, see what's happening here. And a phone call, you can learn a lot from a person through a phone call, and it doesn't necessarily mean anything. You're not obligated to do anything after a phone call, nothing. And if he makes you feel like you are, or if he makes you feel like you're a thing now, then again, that shows the signs as well. If anything, the phone call it'll either make it or break it on the connection. And I understand that in itself can be kind of a lot to deal with. Hi, Maxine, how are you doing? There's Rhubarb. She's one of the new ones. She's a good one. I like rhubarb. Haven't had it for a while, though. It's very sour, from what I remember. I'm doing good, Maxine. Just having a chat here, talking. So if that's, and I'll say this right now, Amber. I'll say this right now. If that is how he wants to view people, has nothing to do with you. That has nothing to do with you. That's him. That is RJ. If he does that, if he is someone that is that small-minded, then he's missing out on a great person. That's his reflection, and he's trying to project that onto other people, if that's the case. And yes, that's your insecurities talking, but honestly, if that's how someone wants to handle a situation, then they would be out of the dating pool anyway because they're a jerk. I mean, that to me sounds like that's a horrible way to live, where we judge people by their monetary whatever. And there's people like that. There are people out there that literally just ask you what you do for a living so they can put you in a category on should I talk to you or should I ignore you? I mean, there's people that do that, but I've never had a rhubarb pie. I've heard they're good. I've heard they're good, but I need to try that. I need to try a rhubarb pie one of these days. But I feel like, Amber, there's a sense of, I honestly feel, Amber, I feel like you're a really good person. I feel like you're a very lovely person, but I feel like there's a tendency for us to think that maybe, and I don't know how RJ is, right? But I feel like there's a tendency for us to think that maybe we deserve the table scraps and not the main course sometimes. And sometimes I feel like we hold on to the table scraps. We say, these are ours. But I feel like you're worth so much more than you think you are. And I understand we have insecurities. I understand that. But you're someone who can get to choose. You're someone who gets to let people in. You're someone who gets to have that opportunity. And I feel like other people are lucky to know you. If this person wants to make it a status thing, if this person wants to do that, they're not for you anyway, right? If that's where they're going with it, then, screw it. It doesn't matter. But you're not going to know unless we try. And I feel like just the phone call, and if you feel like he's trying to sell you something, like I said, he's trying to sell you himself, he's trying to put stuff out there. If you feel rushed, if you feel not heard, or if you feel like he just talks nonstop and he doesn't ask you any questions, that's a sign right there. Look for reciprocating conversation. Look to see if you pass him the ball. And this is what I say. You're playing a game of catch with somebody. I'm talking. You've never been that type that has options. Well, you're going to be that type that has options. I feel like this is something that, because of the insecurities, we've lowered ourselves, right? But I don't feel that you are low. I feel you put yourself in a category, and then we've had some shitty experiences that make us further believe that we belong in that category. We don't. We've just had shitty experiences. We've just had a feeling of not finding where we belong in those experiences yet. But, like I was saying, so you're playing a game of catch with somebody, okay? And what I mean by this is that you have the ball, you're talking. When you're holding on to the ball, it's your turn to talk. When you toss the ball to the other person, they catch it, it's their turn to talk. So see if that's something that happens. If you're having a conversation with someone, then see if he gives the ball back to you, or does he just talk about himself for a long time? If he's asking you questions, if he cares about your responses, and most of all, if he's like emotionally present and he can understand what's going on, that's good. But if he's trying to rush you along, if he's trying to hurry the conversation, if he's trying to, get to the point kind of a thing with this, when it's your first phone call, I think that's what you said, with him, then I don't feel like he's the one for you. But does what I'm saying, does that make sense? Hi, Lila uh, Ati. Hopefully I'm saying that right. So you want to do a general? I can do a general for $10. I've got this right here that I have. And so if you want to do that, we can. But if you don't have the funds for it, I understand. But this is usually how much I charge for a question. One question for 10, unless you support me on Patreon. Then one question becomes 7, and 3 questions becomes 18. And so that's generally what I go for here is this price. I don't do free readings, but yeah. So if that makes sense to you, or you can see how I handle my readings that I'm doing here and kind of go decide from there. If that makes sense to you, we can do that. I just want to be paid for my time, you know, and so hopefully that's okay with you. If not, though, I appreciate you stopping by the channel and chatting with us. So, yeah. So, Amber, hopefully that helps. Like I said, do the phone call if you want, if you feel comfortable. And that's the main thing that I want you to see with a man that's going to be emotionally available is, do they check to see if you feel comfortable? Do they talk to you? Do they appreciate you? Do they appreciate the input or the insight that you have? Do they remember your conversations that you had with them? Or is it just kind of like a sitcom where every 30 minutes it's a new episode and the characters act like nothing happened in the previous episode? So is it that kind of situation? But we'll build up your own sense of self-judgment so that you can see who could be a good match and who wouldn't be a good match. Because we're not taught this. We're taught the science of love from a Disney movie perspective, where romanticism reigns supreme and where mind reading is the main ability for all of those people. And it's just not true. That's just not how love works. Love is a skill that you develop over time. It's not something you just inherently have. It's something you have to develop, I believe, just like a muscle. Just like anything else, you have to develop what love is to you and what that looks like. A lot of us grew up with conditional love and what that looks like. And so changing from conditional love to unconditional love, okay? Conditional love is when we were little, if we didn't do well on our report card, we're being severely punished, or we're feeling like love is taken away from us. If we weren't able to meet expectations, whatever those were, and we felt like love was taken away from us or attention was taken away from us, and we were punished. If we had that as a child, we had to perform to get love. We had to perform to get basic necessities. That's conditional love. To move into the unconditional love, where we just get love for being us. We don't have to do anything to deserve it. Because deserving love, no, we always should have that in a relationship that is worthwhile. It should be something that just happens. Not something that's given out when we're a good girl or boy. That doesn't work. Really? Hold on, let me look here. So you go here. I'll show you this. Hold on. Okay, so if you're on your phone, you're going to go to the front page of my website. Okay, Angelus Chiron. Then you're going to hit this. There should be a classes icon. and then there should be a class pay pledge sign up. And then you just enter your full name and your email address and then hit pledge and hit accept the terms and conditions. And then that's it. And that will just put you into an email list for the class. And then I can email you guys when it's getting closer to class time. If you guys want to develop your psychic and mediumship abilities from my mentor, someone I'm going to be working with, and me. So if that's something you guys want to do, go for it. The pledge doesn't cost anything. It's just your first name, your email address. It's an email list that I'm building up basically, so I can send you guys class information, but also future classes that I'll be working on. So if that's something you're interested in, absolutely check that out. Hopefully that helps you find it, Maxine. It should just be right under classes on the main page. But if it's harder to find, maybe I need to rearrange some stuff, because yeah. So hopefully that helps, Maxine. And Amber, the same goes with Raha as well. Let yourself experience that connection as much as possible. Let yourself experience it. See how that person handles conversation, right? We're gonna know more, and I'm gonna say this right now for everyone watching. You're gonna know what this person is like on their best behavior. When you're first meeting a person, when you're on the first date, the second date, the third date, that person is showing you their best behavior. And if they are treating you with disrespect on your first, second, or third date, trust me, it's not going to last. It's not going to be a good relationship. They're showing you the best version of themselves at those moments. So it's important for us to take their word for it when they show us who they are. Not try to change it, not try to be like, well, maybe, but no. Take it for what it is in those moments. If it's not clicking at that point in time, it's just going to get worse from there. It's not going to get better. It's usually down a rabbit hole, and you don't come back out feeling the same way you did when you went in. So I'm just putting that out there. Look for reciprocity. Look for throwing and catching the ball of conversation. Hi, my name's Chance. Here's the ball. Catch the ball. Your turn to speak. Ask questions to each other. Probe into the questions. Wonder why they think that. Focus on that, and then go from there. That should help. That should help kind of guide the conversation, or the conversation. Okay, so, all right. Did you find that on the page, Maxine? Oh, Maxine, okay. Thank you, Maxine, for the payment here. So you're up next. So let me do that. Okay, Maxine, type your message or type your question when you're ready. I'm going to go to the bathroom again. I'll be back. So just type your question. I'll come back and I'll answer that, because you're the next one up, Maxine. So you're the next one on the list. So, like I said, I'll be back. Hold on. Okay, I am back, you guys. Sorry about that. Took me a minute there. I went to the bathroom. I had to go number 3. We're not going to talk about it. Okay, that's a secret. It's my secret. It's just lava, basically. It burns real bad. Okay, so let's talk about this here. So Maxine, what is your question, my friend? And let's see. It was the night before this last full moon. You can barely see that it is a waxing gibbous. Ooh, nice. It's reddish from the haze from wildfires, which always makes a very pretty moon, doesn't it? I mean, it's eerie, it's creepy, and the way the night is on something like that. When we have something like that, the moon, when it's that, it's eerie, but it's oddly beautiful when it's that color. Okay, I'm excited for the next full moon, which will be a blue moon. Blue moon is when there's a full moon twice, right? In the same month. Blue moon always reminds me of wolves and snow-capped mountains. I like that. I like that. The moon itself is kind of lonely, and so the wolf analogy, like the lone wolf, I can kind of see that. And the snow-capped mountains, again, it's kind of like a solitary. I feel that. The moon has kind of a feeling of like loneliness, but everyone observes it. And so it's definitely not alone. It's interesting, really. I don't know. Probably reading too much into it, but... Let's see, gold images. I think you mean this one. You absolutely can. Whatever I have is at your disposal. Let me look. Hold on. Let me grab the other. Yes. Okay, I'll grab the deck. So, hey Ty, how you doing, buddy? How are you doing, my friend? It's coming up, isn't it? Imagine you've been waiting. I don't know what smell that one is. Hold on, we gotta do the right smell. Oh man. This one is a sage and santo incense. Smells amazing. And I'll grab the deck here. Hold on. I'm just lighting an incense. There you go. Light your Palo Santos. Perfect. Okay, so we're gonna do this deck here. Everybody's on the same page. It's all Lights and Paulo. Okay, so I assume, Maxine, this is the deck you're talking about. Awesome, Ty. Good job, my friend. Okay, so Maxine, I think this is the deck you're referring to. The really nice, this is the True Black Tarot, and you can see the cards actually have engravings. Beautiful imagery, too. I love the Lover's card is really cool. And there's more, too. I'll show you some cool cards. I love this deck. I really, really like this deck. So hold on. This one right here, the Sun card, is gorgeous. So you look at that, and each one of these cards is a work of art. I mean, it is beautiful. And the cards themselves are actually like that's indented in the card. They're hard to shuffle because each one of them is a thick card stock, but man, they're incredible. They're so nice. I want to show you the one I have. Hold on. I have this one in my bedroom as like you can get the cards as like posters, like little posters. And I've got this one. I'm wanting to get the other ones too. This is the Magician. And you can see it says Magician right there. And then you have other cards too. This one's my favorite. Yes, I got a poster. So the person that made the cards makes a poster, or he makes posters of the different cards, like the Major Arcana. Love this one. This is Temperance. And you can see the yin yang symbol there. Isn't that beautiful? And the way her red hair just goes against the black and it's gorgeous. I love the artwork in these cards. Okay, so let's do this. Let's shuffle these up. Let's see what we can get. So Maxine, you're wanting a general read for 10, so we can do that. Let's split the deck here. Okay, so like I said, very thick cards. Like you can see the thickness there. And then like compared to this card, right? You can actually see this card is bent and kind of splayed out a little bit because I've been shuffling them. These cards are super, super thick, so they do not bend. And as such, you have to have some strong hands to shuffle. So let's see what we can do here. Got to use my shuffle muscles. All right, general reading for Maxine. What do we got? First shuffle is it's a practice shuffle. So let's see if we can do it this time. Okay, I dropped most of the cards on the ground. It can only go up from here, guys, I promise. Like literally I can just hold on to the cards. That'll be good. Okay. All right, let's do this. General reading from Maxine. Doing my best here, Maxine. I'm trying my hardest. I can't. I mean, you must think I have the strongest hands in the world. I can't bend these cards. I can't bend them, but I am shuffling them into each other. It works. It just takes me a little bit longer to shuffle these ones. But it works. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. Okay, that one decided to pop out, so we'll leave that one there. Let's draw a couple more cards here. Just gonna keep shuffling. That was a nice shuffle. You guys hear that? That was good. That had all the little crinkles, all the good stuff. All right, so let's do 2 more cards here. Okay. Let's see. Hey, buddy. So I'm seeing this card here. You're very welcome, Maxine. Thank you for helping to support the channel. I appreciate that, my friend. So the very first card we get is this. So it's Destiny. Beautiful card, I do believe. And in fact, I can do this instead. So we have all these cards here. We have the 8 of Cups in reverse. I know it's probably looking right up to you, but on my end, it's in reverse. And then we have the 3 of Coins, okay? Very beautiful card. And then, so I'm just gonna move these over. And then we have the Destiny card right there. And let me zoom out a little. There we go. Okay. So from the 3 of Coins right here. Yes, gold, absolutely. There's tons of gold. You are right. You're not wrong. The gold and the red really pops in this deck. Like, oh, it's gorgeous. Maxine, if you're really into the tarot, look into getting this deck. True Black Tarot. It's a little more expensive. It's a little more pricey, but the cards are just gorgeous. And yeah, so, okay, so we have the 3 of Coins, Destiny, and 8 of Cups in reverse. So what I would feel here is when we look at the 3 of Coins, this one right here. When we look at the 3 of Coins, what we're seeing is it could be teamwork. It could be working together for something. So this could be starting a new business venture, or this could be just kind of not venturing out alone, but maybe doing something different. Maybe doing something different financially, doing something where we're focused more on allowing things to come to us. Now, the reason why do I say allowing things to come to us? Because of the way this card looks. So I'll show you some details here. So we have this card here. So each of these coins is doing something different. This coin on the left is planting seeds, okay? This one is planting seeds. This one is watering. And then this coin here, that's earth. Right there. That's putting down the earth. Each one of these is a key development in growing something, in planning something, right? So instead of Planned Parenthood, we're looking at Plant Parenthood. And this right here is going to be allowing things to grow. Allowing things to grow and allowing things to not necessarily be interrupted. So going with the flow. The moons. It's really cool. They're really good cards. And there's tons of symbology. There's tons of symbols. There's tons of all sorts of stuff. This one though, this is always an interesting card. So Destiny, right? Let's see if I can really zoom in. So the Destiny card, and I'm going to flip it around so you can see what I'm talking about here. So Destiny, you'll notice that right here, you'll see these two little strings and these little blinks and these dots, okay? So what is this card about? This card is showing how Destiny weaves our fate, but it kind of weaves our fate as we go along. It's not set out for us. It's not just set in stone and we can't change it. This is showing that the history books, or the soon-to-be history, or in your case, Maxine, soon-to-be her story, this is focusing on you seizing your destiny and you going after what it is you want to do. When I see the three of coins next to this card, it's making me feel like we're ready to start doing something, possibly in a financial way that's better for us. Maybe we could be looking at moving, we could be looking at teaming up, but it feels like we're doing something in our lives where we're sort of taking the reins, we're taking control because we've had other people be in charge, and I'm feeling like we're thinking, you know what, I want to try something, I want to try doing something. So this card here is taking destiny literally in your own hands. And what that means is that we don't hold on to destiny and crush it. We allow destiny to be kind of a partner with us. It's sort of like we work with it, it works with us. So if we're allowing things to happen, if we're allowing things to take their place the way they need to, then we're good. And right now it feels like, yeah, there you go, perfect. So you're seeing this as like a record, like music. I like that. That's a good analogy, because the card definitely has that kind of look to it. Trying to figure out how to make it look better. I'll just zoom out more. Because it definitely has that look where it's focusing more on just allowing things to create and be created. Now, also with destiny, okay, I want you to look at these two symbols here. We have the feminine, the divine feminine in the left hand, and then we have the divine masculine in the right, okay? So those two combined represent perfect harmony, but in this scenario here, they're both kept separate, okay? The left hand holding the feminine, the right hand holding the masculine. The reason they're kept separate right now is because I don't feel like it's necessarily time to combine them yet. I'm feeling like we're still writing our destiny. We're still focusing on creating our story. And I feel like that's where you're at now. So when we're focusing on creating the story, we're kind of doing both things. We're letting ourselves be patient, wait, and be receptive, like the divine feminine, and we're letting ourselves take action, but in gentle ways, in controlled ways. So that's what I'm feeling here, is that we're letting ourselves take action. We're letting ourselves take the next steps that we need to. So far, Maxine, how is this resonating so far? Okay, perfect. So then we have this next card right over here, okay? So this card is the Eight of Cups. It was in reverse, but I'm just showing you what it looks like upright. We got this tiny little jellyfish, okay? So the Eight of Cups in reverse, this card right here. This card represents, there can be a flowing of abundance, but there can also be a tendency to maybe take things for granted. So, and when I see this in reverse, this to me is saying that maybe the steps that we've been taking and the things we've been doing, maybe we say to ourselves, it's not enough, or I'm not moving fast enough, or I'm not doing this fast enough. And we feel like there's this tendency to compare ourselves to other people or compare our situation to other people, and we're missing the point. Nobody is a better version of us than us, okay? We're not comparing ourselves to anyone but who we were yesterday, and if we're making any sense of improvement or any motion towards change in a positive direction, that should be applauded more than anything. Do you know how hard it is to change and to be constantly in that state? To change means that we are comfortable with being vulnerable, which means that we are comfortable with allowing new things to come our way. We cannot change and stay the same at the same time. And staying the same is comfortable. Staying the same is very comfortable. There's nothing new that's going on. Our brains don't have to grow. You know, it's comfortable. Going out there, looking at new things, trying to understand things from a new perspective, being that person, that takes courage and that takes heart to be able to do that. It's not something that I feel like just anyone can do, because a lot of people struggle. A lot of people struggle with change. I myself sometimes have major difficulties with change, but I am an air and earth sign, and I call it being a fart in the wind, because that's kind of what I am sometimes. A little stinky fart. But this situation right here, I'm feeling like you're taking the right steps, but I don't feel like we congratulate ourselves enough. Not that we should be celebrating every small accomplishment, but I feel like there's a tendency to compare, the grass is greener on the other side kind of a thing. And I feel like I feel like you're a grateful person. I feel like you practice gratitude, Maxine, but I also feel like you're unnecessarily hard on yourself at points where, it's like we need that voice. We need that gentle, reassuring voice. And I feel like you're trying to get that. You're trying to understand that. But that's what I'm feeling so far. So, what are you thinking so far, Maxine? Sorry, hold on. It's over. Absolutely. Absolutely. Keep the faith. Keep things going. Keep things moving. Because faith and destiny, they're kind of like cousins in a way. And the way that they both work is faith works on a way where it's kind of trusting the process. And destiny works in a way where it's making the process to trust in. In between these two cards, we can find flow. We can find a sense of calm, reality, groundedness. But when we're letting one lead the other, and we're not necessarily in a team player situation with these, we sort of feel like we're being led by the nose hairs, or the short and curlies, as I like to call it. Not the short and curlies or the nose hairs, that's another part of the body, but it feels like we're being led somewhere, and we're being, there's a tendency to be led astray. But right now, keeping the faith absolutely is part of this. Knowing that there can be difficult times, but in a lot of ways, we've talked about on this channel, without the difficult times, what's the point in us, what's the point in us being here? We're here to learn lessons. That's what I believe. And the difficult times give us lessons to learn. They give us things to look at. They give us new insights. If we were comfortable all the time, if we didn't have that, we wouldn't grow as people. I truly believe the most spiritual people are the ones that have been through some of the hardest lives at times. They're the people that can understand the depth of humanity, the true depth, the true raw components of humanity. So this, to me, is a good sign. It seems like things are going well. We just need to focus on allowing ourselves, being gentle, and like you said, Maxine, keeping the faith, absolutely. Letting ourselves feel like it's okay. It's okay to just be, That's what I'm feeling here. Let's draw one more card here. So the overall energy here for this spread. Okay, so this is the Moon card. I drew it in reverse, and I'll explain what this means here. I mean, this card is very striking. I'm gonna pull the camera out a little bit so we can look at this card. So we drew this one in reverse, and I'll explain what that means. So this card being in reverse, okay, this is, and that's my microphone right there. I'll try to move this over so we can't. That'll work. This card being in reverse feels like there's a part of us that isn't honoring another part of us. So when I'm saying a part of us, they're gorgeous cards. I love these cards so much. Yeah, I have a crush on these cards if you can't tell. The Moon card is a card that deals with the subconscious. It deals with psychic ability. It deals with the divine feminine, right? So that's what the Moon card is all about. When we're focusing on, oh man, I'm so sore. So very sore. I'm just going to spin around in my chair. Hold on. Okay, I had to do that one time. When I see this in reverse, the divine feminine is definitely taking a step back. Gemini, Cancer, cusp. Okay. So the Gemini, Cancer, cusp, that would be one I would imagine would be hard. We're looking at air, we're looking at water. So we're talking about some hurricane situations sometimes. We're talking about trying to know the self while also trying to know the self, because there's two selves, right? There's that dichotomy of this self versus that self sometimes. The Moon in reverse is the divine feminine not being expressed in a positive direction. So what this could mean is that we're holding ourselves back. We're saying now's not the time. We're telling ourselves we shouldn't do it this way. It's not meant to be done this way. We have to focus on this. So we could trap ourselves in ways of traditionally doing things, or we could literally just say, I don't feel like I should say anything about that. I don't feel like I should do anything about that. And there's times where the appropriate response is silence, but then there's times where we have an appropriate response and we are silenced, right? We have a way we could have handled the situation, but we weren't given the means or the tools to be able to do so in that situation. And I feel like rather than letting it out and talking about things, there's a tendency to hold on and feel like, well, maybe I wouldn't have said the right thing. Maybe I wouldn't have done the right thing. But you would have. You would have handled the situation just fine, but other people can kind of override those bounds. So when I see the Moon in reverse, it's feeling like that feminine part of us gets faded away a little bit because other people don't appreciate our worth the way that we would appreciate their worth. And that's what I'm feeling here. There's a tendency to care a lot about what other people would think of us, about how other people would see us. But I'm also seeing that when I see the Moon card here again, okay, so we'll look at this card and then we'll read the reverse meaning. So we have a hand. The hand has a ring on the index finger, if you can't tell. And then we have the hand making a motion that's like this, almost. Which is close. It's close to like casting a curse on somebody almost, but in this card, it's more about showing that there's something behind. There's something behind the feminine. There's something behind the divine feminine. And in this situation here, we see a woman sitting under a moon that is cascading down. Okay, because that's water running down. And in this situation, she's focused on something else. She doesn't see the hand that's up. I'm having a hard time talking. She doesn't see the hand that's up above her. All of this indicates that this card is about knowing when and when not to take action. We live in a world that, in my opinion, I'm trying to get the camera to focus on me. That's why I'm doing that, because it's having a hard, there we go. we live in a world that teaches it tries to teach how women can be more like men. We live in that world. We live in a world where women have to conform and comply to a man's directive. And I feel like that's not a place that a woman should be, because there's no equality. There's no I can handle it in this way. There's like, I have to be a man about this. I have to handle it this way, like a man would, or I have to do things this way. So when I see this card, our divine feminine has been suppressed. And we're trying to find our voice. We're trying to get that back now. And I'm feeling like we're doing good. I don't feel like this is a bad card. This is just showing us areas where we can improve. This is not a bad card. In fact, if you want to look at it like this, it shows us places we can improve so that we can be a better person because of it. Not, it doesn't diminish our shine. It doesn't take away what's already ours. But we have to, in my opinion, we have to quit trying to fit into a mold of what we should be and focus on how we are. Focus on who we are. Because how we should be, that stuff's going out the window left and right. People are standing up. People are saying things about, an inappropriate workplace environment. People are talking about stuff. And I feel like, Maxine, if you have something to say it, right? Focus on allowing yourself to have that voice. And I feel like you're a strong person. I feel like you would stand up if someone else was going through something. You would say that's not right, and you would be there for them. I want you to be there for yourself. I want you to focus on having that. And like you said, keeping the faith. But you're starting to heal the divine feminine. You're starting to heal that sense, and that takes courage. That takes a lot of heart to be able to do that. So I applaud your effort for the healing that you've already been doing. There's still more to come. And it's not a bad thing. It really isn't. It's something we can focus on and build something around. So does that make sense, Maxine? Awesome. Awesome. Good, good, good. I'm glad that was helpful. I'm glad that was something good. If you'd want to do, Maxine, if you'd want to do another 10, if you want it, you don't have to do this. Please feel free to say no to this. I'm not going to be mad. If you'd want to do another $10, we could do some energy work if that's something you're into. We could do some energy work where I send my guides and we could focus on sort of moving some energies along if you'd want. You can feel free to say no, though. Like I said, I'm just putting that out there as an option. But I'm glad that made sense. I'm glad that was something that worked for you, because I felt good with that reading. I felt like I was resonating with that one quite a bit. Or I felt like it was resonating quite a bit. Okay. Oh, let's see here. Where did I put my... Oh, there it is. Of course, the pen is right in front of me. That is just fine, Maxine. I'm glad you loved the reading. I'm glad that was something you can resonate with. And you can, when this goes live, you can come back and watch it. We're about 4 hours in right now, and then you can go back to the right time. But I'm glad you liked the reading, Maxine. Okay, so if anyone else is wanting to come up here, $10 for one question, or $25 for three, or we can do energy healing for $10 as well, if that's something you'd want to do instead, if you guys are having a physical ailment or an emotional, something we can work through. Yeah, so if that's something we can do, or if you guys do not have a question, then like if you don't have a question that serves just the self, but you just want to ask me questions about either myself, or you're just curious about something in the spiritual world, those don't cost anything. But if it's a personal question that only you would benefit from gaining the information on, then I do charge money for that. So it's up to you guys. Let's show some other cards here. Show you some of the ones I really like. So let's move these ones down here. So hey Tracy, how are you doing? Okay, so we got, I love the temperance. I feel like we're getting close to one. So I assume you're talking to me, Rhubarb, but you might be talking to Maxine. The cusp signs like air and earth, I'm not a cusp sign myself, I'm a Taurus, but all my signs are, and I've done a natal chart. I have like 1 or 2 degrees in Pisces and something, but I am literally nothing but air and earth. And that's it in almost all of my placements. I don't have any fire, and I have like 2 degrees of water. What I'm trying to say is, I feel like I could answer that question even though I myself am not a cusp. Very analytical, and I feel like very serious. Some quirkiness when we're talking Libra, Virgo. Oh, and we got a Capricorn here, Tracy. Awesome, Tracy. I'm a Taurus. How are you doing? Capricorns are known for being hard workers and perfectionists. I am a Taurus snake. I am known for being lazy. And I don't want to finish that sentence. I'm too lazy. But primarily speaking, air and earth, very analytical, you can be either very grounded or you can be very like up in the air. I feel like, and I know that sounds contradictory, but that's definitely something I've struggled with. I'm either way too practical sometimes, or I'm so off in my own like thoughts that it's hard for me to reach the ground again. And it's genuinely difficult for me to come back down if I'm up in the air and I'm fantasizing, right? No, that's me. Okay. Okay, Rhubarb, you're saying you're a Virgo Libra? Chinese zodiac, I'm a rooster. Okay. I don't know that much about the rooster. I know about the snake, and Vedic, I'm Taurus. And I haven't looked into Vedic. I need to do that. I keep saying that. And Tracy, you too. Okay, perfect. So we can all join in together in saying that wherever we are, we're lost, we're somewhat confused, we're very sure that we're confused. That's good. Admitting we're confused. A lot of the time, I'm either spacing out or very solidly planted in reality, so much so it's hard to get me to do stuff because I get so locked up. Anyway. And Native American, I'm a deer. Oh. There's a Native American astrology too, and I need to look this stuff up. I just, for some reason, I never do. Everyone else very confused. I can't. Okay, there was this one time, like I was so confused, but I'm trying to think. I've had weird stuff happen. I'll let my dog outside to go pee, and on more than one occasion, and I was not under the influence of anything, I just forget I let her out and I left. And she was out there for a few hours. And I've done that multiple times. And you would think I was a very negligent person, and you would probably be right. I try not to be, though, but then I forget to try not to, and then I get confused again. So there's a cycle here. I try to be a very professional person when I can be, but when I'm not, I'm so forgetful. It's ridiculous. I'll be having a conversation with my girlfriend, and halfway through, I'll just stop listening to myself because I get bored. And I'm like, what were we talking about? I don't know what that's about. I'm not even interested in my own conversations, but I continue having them. I just don't remember what I say. Okay, so we've got... Okay, this card is beautiful. You guys will like this card. So this is the 10 of Swords, right? In the True Black Tarot deck. Now I'm going to show you the part. It's all cool, right? But then at the top, we have that sun. And the way they did the sun up there, oh, it's gorgeous. And you have the bird against the background. So the 10 of Swords, you'll see the birds are impaled like that. 10 of Swords is kind of like we're moving on from a period of very, trying to get the camera to focus. That's a hard time. Oh. Need to get a better camera. There we go. Okay, so you'll see the birds. It's like getting out of a rough situation, right? It's getting out of a rough situation mentally speaking. So it's like moving on from the mental drain. It's moving into something that's going to provide us with a lot more clarity, or we're getting out of a very mentally convoluted time, like a very foggy, anxious time. So it's a good card. That's why at the very top there's the bird and there's the sun behind it. It's showing that there's better days yet to come, but it's also showing that what happened before, you know, it's reminding us of what's been going on in our life, and it's kind of reminding us to be present, even during painful situations. So that's a good card. Let's do this here. So then we got these cards. We have the Ace of Wands. So Tracy, I don't have... I have a few nightmares a year. But for me, they're pretty significant. I'm pretty sensitive. When I have a nightmare, it's for me, it's a lot, right? I don't have night terrors. And generally I can focus, and I'm okay in the daytime usually, but there's times where I just space out, and it's, you know, it's very hard to get me to come back. But what was I saying? See, I'm getting forgetful again. My dreams, though, I mean, if you guys want to hear my nightmare that I had, one of them when I was younger, and it was interesting. It was, I mean, Would you guys want to hear the dreams I've had when I was younger? I don't want to be that person that's just like demolishing the. I can imagine. I imagine night terrors are awful. I've heard some stories. Okay, Tracy says yes, so we can try this here. So, getting comfortable. There we go. Okay, so I'm so sorry, guys. I really have a hard time, and that's the chair. If you heard a weird fart noise, I promise it's the chair. Maybe. But we'll do this here. So it's scary for me when I have the dreams. Yeah, the night. Yes, absolutely. I'm pretty sensitive when it comes to just things in general, like to the point of it's been a lot. Dust in the wind, absolutely, Maxine. You get it. You get it. I feel like because of that, someone told me today, I have sleep paralysis for many years, but not since I had a guardian that I never met before. Ooh, nice. That's cool, Rhubarb. That's awesome. That's I've never heard a story quite like that, so that's really cool. And sleep paralysis, I've had that one time. Ooh, man, that scared the daylights out of me. That was bad. That was for those of you that don't know, sleep paralysis is you are asleep, you wake up, but you don't wake up. Sometimes you can't even open your eyes, but you can feel that you're locked in a state where you can't move. Because when we fall asleep, our muscles disengage, and our whole body just becomes, relaxed. And so our muscles don't need to be doing anything. Sometimes we wake up, our muscles are still in that disengaged state. We cannot move, we cannot speak, we cannot say anything. A lot of times we can't even open our eyes. Sometimes we can though, but normally that would disturb me, but it was a black smoky figure that had so much love for me. I call him Justice. I like that. And what's interesting is that you're right. Normally that would disturb you, but because you had that feeling of love, it didn't scare you. And that's how something like that would present itself. Something can present itself as being very creepy to us. And I'll say this right now. Something could present itself as being very creepy to us. And what can happen is, like, let's say that we see something, and immediately when we see it, we feel scared. Okay? That situation where we saw something and we feel scared, now let's flip that on its head. What if the reason why we feel scared is because that thing that we saw was scared? What if it was scared? And then we saw it and we felt fear. We thought that it was trying to hurt us, but really we were feeling its fear. I mean, that's also a scenario that can happen. You too, Tracy. Take care, my friend. But, yeah. Right, it wasn't scary. You knew it was him. There was a sense of familiarity with it, so it wasn't fearful. Which is, that's common. That's not, your experience isn't common, Maxine, but the feeling of not feeling fearful and of knowing that it was your father, that can be a somewhat common experience because they come in to say hello or check on us or whatever. So yeah, it's a really cool experience. But yeah, just something to think about. Next time we feel scared when we see something, maybe the thing that we're looking at is feeling scared. Not that it wants to scare us. There you go. Absolutely. There we go, Rhubarb. So the dreams that I had, I can go into a little bit of detail there. The ones I used to have, and I would have them a lot, were I've had a couple actually. The one I'm going to talk about this time will be so I would be in a situation where I was like at a friend's house. I was doing something. I was younger. In my dreams, I was always, it felt like I was always younger. The reason why it felt like I was younger is because in these dreams, I always felt more vulnerable, and I associate that with being younger. Generally in my dreams, I do not, I don't see myself and I don't see people I know. It's actually very rare that I dream about people I know. Generally, I dream about things and situations I've never been in. That's always my dreams. Occasionally, I dream about people I know, but the past 10 years or so, it's always been kind of these random situations. I don't even know who I am when I dream. So it's not like I'm Chance in my dream. I don't know who I am when I dream. It's an interesting thing. So in this situation, but I feel like because I don't have an identity when I dream, it makes it so immediately I'm more immersed in whatever is happening. Because I can't just say this isn't happening because I know what reality is, because I don't when I dream. Anyway. Anyway. So, I'm at my friend's house and we're hanging out together, and he tells me something like, he says, hey, could you go into the back of the house and grab I can't remember what it was, like a book, or it was something like that. And it probably does. Selenite probably would help with that. I should probably sleep with some by my bed. But I'm in a situation and I'm realizing that, okay, my friend wants me to go grab something, I'm not going to say no. And what will happen is that I'm in the kitchen with my friend, and he has a house and there's this long hallway, right? I'm in the kitchen, the hallway's connected to the kitchen. As I start leaving and going down the hallway, there's a bunch of people in the kitchen. They're talking to each other. They're like celebrating. They're having a good time. But they're doing their thing. And it's just like background noise and chatter that's in the background and all that stuff. So I leave the kitchen area. And as I'm leaving the kitchen area and going into this hallway, I leave the kitchen. You walk straight to leave the kitchen. And then you turn to the left to go down the hall. And as I'm turning to the left or the right or whatever, I can't remember, it was a dream, but as I'm turning to go down the hall, I'm taking steps, and each time I'm taking these steps, the sounds of those voices becomes less and less and less. And the hallway is very long and it's very dark, right? The only light that's in the hallway, it's kind of like this, the way I describe it is it's like this haunted orange color. And the reason why it's haunted is because it's orange, and it's glowing out of nowhere, and it's dark, but there's just this orangeness that's going over everything. Okay, looking back on those dreams that I had like 10 years ago, maybe 8 years ago, that probably was dealing with my own inner feminine and my own emotional response, because orange is the sacral chakra, which deals with sexual energy, which deals with a lot of creativity and things like that. So kind of like The Shining, kind of. I actually hadn't seen The Shining. I still haven't seen The Shining. Probably one I need to look at. But I'm walking down the hallway, and the voices in the kitchen, they become less and less distinct. Eventually, it's just a dull murmur, and you can't make out any words. There's nothing that's going on. I can't make out anything. But I'm hearing it becoming less and less and less, and eventually I'm going down the hallway. It's completely quiet, and you just get this feeling. Because there's these doors, I can't walk into any of the doors because they're not like open, or I don't want to. I just want to get whatever's in the back of this house and bring it to my friend to get out of this situation. As I'm walking down the hall, there's the doors. I can't open them. I can't really do anything. I don't want to. Maybe I could have opened them, didn't want to. I'm walking straight ahead, and there's this feeling. There's a feeling like I'm being watched, but it's not just from one pair of eyes, right? As I'm going further and further and deeper into this house, there's this unsettling kind of feeling, like when you've said something to a friend and you're like, okay, you can come out now, quit trying to scare me, kind of a thing. It was like that, except instead of having a feeling of jumping out and being surprised and having like a laugh about it, it was like having a feeling of something jumping out and killing you, right? Like something, it was like this murderous bloodlust kind of feeling. Something was watching me. And I walk further and further and deeper into the house. Now there's no sounds coming from the kitchen. In fact, I don't know where the kitchen is now, right? I'm stuck in this haunted maze of a house that goes on forever, and it's dilapidated and it's all this kind of stuff. But around that same time, around that same time. And for me, I feel like because I'm neuro, as Elizabeth said earlier, she said to use the term neurodivergent instead of being on the autistic spectrum. I feel like I'm on the autistic spectrum, neurodivergent. I'm just throwing that out there. And so I have a thing with atmosphere. Atmosphere to me is super important. If something has a positive atmosphere, I really like it. If it doesn't, I'm not into it. And so these dreams have this atmosphere of this energy that I can just feel, and it permeates through my whole being. So I'm walking down the hall, I'm doing all that stuff, and it always gets to a point where that chattering feeling that was in the kitchen that I was hearing before, it doesn't come back as chatter. It comes back as like, it's like there's a whooshing energy or something. It's like there's that murdery feeling, that bloodlust feeling that I was telling you about. It comes back in a form that has like a voice, like a vocal tone to it, and it's able to speak in a way that's not through sound. It's the closest thing I can describe. It's not through sound that it's speaking, but it like speaks directly to the heart. And it's just complete dread and fear and like, you know, like Harry Potter and the Dementor thing. I don't know if you guys have seen the Harry Potter movies, but the Dementor comes up to Harry and it gives him the Dementor's kiss, right? Which is the Dementor kind of sucking his soul out through his body, but then it leaves it back, it like takes it back. So he doesn't die, but he has the kiss of the Dementor. And he said it felt like he could never be happy ever again. It felt like that was gone. Like there was no happiness, there was no joy, no hope in the world. And that's how these dreams were. And so that was that. But that was also a time when I wasn't dealing at all with my emotions in any way, shape, or form. And so I feel like it was my subconscious way, like going down a hallway and sometimes going into a very dark basement. That's the subconscious trying to be like, you should look at us, you should observe us, right? You should open yourself up. But that was the dream, and very, hey buddy, yeah, very kind of just anxiety inducing is the way I would call it. Not a fun experience, but if you guys want to share your dreams, you can too. I know it's probably kind of a lot to type it. Okay, so you can relate, so that's good. I wanted to denote the intensity, Rhubarb. I wanted to do that because to me it was intense. Maybe other people, Monsters Inc. Yeah, okay. With the doors, you mean? Like you open the doors to the different places and they go to different, yeah. Free will, Yeah, going down the hallway and just feeling like I had to go in a straight line. That I can see that. God, it was... And I haven't had those dreams for a while. My dream that comes back every now and again, and I just... I was having the dream and I hated it so much. I told Spirit to take it away, and it did, thankfully. Because it wasn't a dream that I could, like... It wasn't a dream that meant... It meant something, but it wasn't a dream that was productive for me. It was something that was very haunting. But also kind of... You would think it would be in my wheelhouse with how I had the dream, and I want to do mediumship, and I want to do that kind of stuff, but... Yeah, it was... I mean, I can tell you guys that one too if you want to know, but if not, I can understand. I tend to be kind of a talker. But dreams themselves are so interesting. I mean, how can you... How can you even summarize the, you know, like, I can tell you guys what the dream was, but I can't take you there. I've experienced what it was like there. I used to have dreams of falling as an air sign. I would think I would never be afraid of that. I would think I would never be. So falling, is that's actually one of the most common fears, is falling. That, and I think falling and drowning are the most common fears for people, if I'm not mistaken. But you said, so do you like heights, Maxine? Is that why you said you feel like you would never be afraid of that? Okay, Maxine says, I hate heights, but I want to travel the world, so air travel is the only way. And I'm fine. I'm fine if I'm in a plane. Perfectly fine. But if I'm, let's say I'm 9 feet from the ground. Let's say I'm 10 feet from the ground. Let's say let's say I'm 200 or 300 feet from the ground. I start getting scared because if I fall, I'm gonna hit the ground pretty quick. If I'm in a plane and I'm getting ready to crash land, it's gonna take a minute. And I don't feel as much fear with that. I probably should, because screaming in a plane sounds. Anyway, I once dreamed that I was in a murky brown river. I kept sinking more and more. I called out to the Creator to help me. I began to rise up towards the surface, but it wasn't over. I floated on my. Okay, I imagine you're typing some more. Okay, so floated on my back against the flow of the river, barely staying at the surface. The the river began climbing a mountain and continued floating against the current up to the top of the mountain. It spiraled and. Oh, this is a story right here. This is good. This is good. Keep writing it, Rhubarb. Yeah, Ty. If it's a question that's meant for everybody and not just for your own personal gain, sure. spiraled an infinite amount of times until I begged the Creator to let me just reach heaven/relief already. Huh. Each turn got closer to what I felt was the end, and finally, when I was absolutely in my wits. So Ty, the difference between manifestation and prayer, I feel like would be one you do on your knees and the other you do as you please. No, really, I feel like, okay, hold on, rhubarb here, and let's see, my wits end. I was released into paradise, one of the most profound dreams I ever had. That sounds awesome. Honestly, it sounds like hell until you get to heaven, right? It sounds amazing. That's cool. That's a good dream. A lot of, I can feel that tension, the spiral, the different kinds of things. And those kinds of dreams, it's not just going up the mountain. It's not just that. It's like you can feel the reality that's built in that. It's like you're in this beautifully crafted kind of a hellish picture, but it's the detail, the way you feel, the way things make you feel, and it's real. It has that sense of realness to it. That I'm pretty sure. Yeah. It was, and each turn around the spiral, I felt like I couldn't go on, but apparently I can. I like that. That's a good analogy too. Spiral or pyral. No, you're good. You're good, Barb. I got you on that one. I got you. That's cool though. That's a cool dream, and I can. Okay. The sense of reality with it, right? The sense of reality with it was the whole point of those dreams, and the way you put the context there, the way you were writing that out, I can tell that dream was very, very awesome. Okay, so with manifesting versus praying, I feel like praying is kind of like, I feel like we're praying for something to happen. We're praying for, we're praying for rain, or we're praying for someone to get better, or we're praying for something to happen, right? And generally with prayer, we have the thought and we release. And with prayer, we don't have a strong, intense thought and then release it. Generally with prayer, it's kind of like, I'm keeping you in my prayers. We have a thought about, I want this person to get better, and then we let go. Right. And with manifestation, I feel like there's a strong thought, there's a strong desire, and then there's a release from that strong thought and desire. So it's kind of like, if you want to imagine it like this, with prayer, you're thinking and releasing. With manifestation, you're thinking, you're holding, you're building that thought, and then you're releasing. So one of them would be the equivalent of a gust of wind, and the other one would be the equivalent of like a tornado. So it's that kind of situation. I feel like prayer can absolutely work, but you're not necessarily putting in the effort to manifest when we pray. We're sort of saying, universe, please take care of this for us, and do that. With manifestation, there's rituals we can do to make things more powerful, and it's more palpable, kind of an energetic feeling. Multiple times, my partner has done manifestation stuff for me, and I've been able to feel it. Versus with a prayer or with something else like that, I've never felt that. So I know there's more energy when it comes to these kinds of situations. Manifestation is usually much more powerful if we know what we're doing. So manifestation is, we are already in line with what we want, or we already have what we want, and we're basically thanking the universe for it. Prayer, and like Maxine said, prayer is asking for something to happen. Manifestation is sort of saying, it's already happened. It's already here. Thank you, universe. I appreciate it. So that's kind of the difference. Hopefully I explained that to everybody the way I understand it, at least. You don't have to take it as gospel, but it's the way I understand it. So did that make sense, Ty? And thank you, Maxine. I appreciate that. You're very welcome, Rhubarb. You're welcome here to share your experiences. I want this to be a safe place, and as we saw earlier, I'm still growing, I'm still learning with a lot of this stuff, but I do want this to be a safe place and a place with community. And Ty says, yeah, thank you. Okay, perfect, Ty, perfect. And the way Maxine worded it too was good too. It was precise and to the point. I tend to be someone who likes to jabber, so I do that. But, you know, that's just how I prefer to do it. I feel like the best, if you can explain if you can explain a complicated subject simply, that's when I feel like we've reached mastery over that subject, or we've reached a form of mastery over that subject. Being able to express complicated ideas or ways of doing something in a simple way that makes sense, that's when you know you've mastered something. That's when you know you've been working on something. But yeah, so it's jabber away. Okay. Well, does anyone else have another question, like a general question? It'll only cost you $50. I'm just kidding. But if you guys have a general question, go for it. Just like we're talking, like we're friends. So I do enjoy the sense of community. This is nice, having people to talk to. Or people to talk at, because you can't talk to me. Okay, guys, if I put in, I'm just going to ask this, because this, I might do this. I've thought about it. I don't know if it's a good idea. If I put in a phone line that you guys could call, and then you would be put on speaker, and like people would be able to hear you in the chat, and we could have a conversation, would that be something you'd be interested in doing? I would charge a little bit more for it because I would have to buy equipment, but would that be something, you know, maybe $15 for a question? Oh. And James says, heck yeah. I don't even know you're here, James. You just kind of pop in. Thank you for earlier, though. I appreciate... I'll look into it. That's something... a phone line would be nice, though. I gotta look. I'm pretty sure it's possible. I have a friend of mine who has actually done it. So I think it's possible. I just need to get the right audio equipment. That'll be a few months down the road if I even do it. I'm just gauging the room, right? Okay, so James says, can you tell me what you feel about Take-Two Interactive Software symbol? Okay, Take-Two Interactive, all right. Currently at 167, was 173 today, and low of today was 163. As a very big mover, can we see 180, 190 tomorrow and Wednesday? What was I reading about Take-Two? Oh, Take-Two is coming out with a new franchise, right? Is that their whole thing? Take-Two is coming out with a new franchise. They're the ones that did BioShock, and they're the ones that did I get confused with Take-Two and 2K. Very confusing company names. I have a friend who does that. It's extremely helpful to hear the voice. That might be what I do. Because if it helps that situation. So let me do this here. They have some delays now. Okay. Well, you can bet, James, that I follow video games, but not the stock part of video games. Thank you, Maxine. I used to be a phone psychic, but in my opinion, how much they charge per minute, this right here, this is super tame compared to what they charge per minute. When I was doing my phone psychic stuff, it was $8 a minute when I was doing it, right? $8 a minute. I got 50 cents of that. 50 cents of the $8 for every minute. And you had to keep the person on the line as long as you could, or else you could lose your job, or you would get lowered in the rankings. So it was a really shitty system. I don't know if they do things differently now, but it was awful. Anyway, In some of their titles, there's been delays. Okay. All right, James. I'll see what I can do. Okay. I appreciate that you keep coming on here. And every time I do a prediction for you, I'm watching the stock as well. And every time I feel like I get it wrong, but you come on and say I did it right. And so, as long as you're happy, we can try this. So, and maybe I'm looking at it wrong. I don't know. But take two. Let's see what I can do. TTWO. So let's do this here. Let's use this one. Let's see. TTWO. Can you tell me? All right, James, here's what I'm feeling, okay? I'm seeing it like this. I'm seeing it like this. I feel like it's going to hit 185, but I feel like it's only going to do it briefly. I saw it hitting 185 and I saw someone wearing like a body cast. So I feel like it's going to hit around 183 to 185, but it does not feel like it's going to be for very long. I mean, we'll see what happens here, but James, if you don't mind me asking, are you trading at a very high volume so small percentages make a big difference? Or are you more of a... Because I've looked into penny stocks and doing stuff like that, but I assume you need a large volume in order to make any money in the stock market. I've heard 10 grand to invest starter is good, and then 100,000 is like where you want to be. So anyway, I mean, you don't have to answer that, James. I'm just curious if you deal with large volumes or like what's going on. Curious here. But 185... You stand to make 10 grand if it hits 183. Okay. That's not bad. So you have some significant shares. I feel like it's going to go up, but do you have a... You probably know how to do like, what is it called? Stop loss or something. Anyway, that's awesome, man. If this helps you make that kind of money, good for you. You must have some good trading capital. I'll start one of these days. But that's awesome. That's really cool. So I do feel like it'll hit around 185, but the body cast thing's making me think that it's not going to be for very long. It feels like let's see. Good luck to you, James. I hope that helps. I'll be watching too. Take Two Interactive. I really do wish you the best. Take care and yeah, have a good one, my friend. Okay. I really do wish you the best, James. Hopefully I get to hear another success story. Apparently I've been doing okay so far, so I'm hoping it continues. Okay, so what were we talking about before? Possible phone line. I'll sort of look into that eventually and see what I can do there. Let me do this here. Okay. Okay, so is there any other questions, you guys? If not, that's okay. I think I might call it good for the night, and I appreciate everybody coming on here. And oh, hold on. Okay, my significant other hold on. I'll read this for you, Barb. My significant other is actively trying to kick me out of our home. She stole money from me and hides her drinking. I'm far away from family and it's complicated. I'm not sure what to do. I'm sorry about that, Barb. That does sound difficult. Is there any way, when you say you're far away from family, is there anything you can do to be closer to a support group? It sounds to me like we're dealing with someone that has some pretty narcissistic traits, and what they tend to do is isolate. They make it so that in some way, shape, or form, you depend on them for almost everything. And so when we're looking at this, there's a form of isolation, right? Because possibly this person has burned bridges with your family, maybe. I'm sorry that's going on, but it does to me sound like narcissistic abuse, or it sounds like someone who's not really a kind and compassionate person, let's put it that way. I'll be on here for a minute longer, Rhubarb, so we can chat for a minute. We're constantly going back and forth. I have helped her, but now she's in a place of control and treats me very differently, especially now that we are away from my family. Okay. So it sounds like we're dealing with a covert narcissist, right? So this person is going to act a certain way in front of family and friends. And then when you're alone with them or when you're more isolated, we get to see their true colors. And other friends and family may not even believe that the person you're talking about, that they're that way at all. So there can be a sense of people not believing your side of the story. So I'm just letting you know. And you started off by saying that your person was gaslighting you and doing stuff like that. So you understand the lingo going into this. You understand the kind of weight that this carries when we're talking about the narcissistic stuff. And like I said, is there any way you can get back to your family? That's what I'm wondering. Is there any way, shape, or form that we can kind of cut our losses and we can get back to where we need to be? If one of those situations is just leaving in the middle of the night, doing something like that, that might be a solution. Because if we try to talk to this person and say that we're leaving or we're thinking about leaving, now that she lost her job, we're relying on my very small income. Okay, so you're relying, okay. Both of you are relying on your small income, and yet she does not treat you well, even though you're the one that's making money. Yeah, that's not right. Honestly, in that situation, I'm thinking, it feels like to me that if the shoe was on the other foot, like you lost your job and she was supporting you on her income, I feel like it would be a very different situation. There would be respect, there would be gratitude, and there would be thank you for helping out during this time. Right. Yeah, it's very weird. She's drunk right now. So someone who doesn't want to deal with reality, right? That's the first thing. The other thing is, and I imagine, Rhubarb, that you've tried talking, at least to some capacity, about the problem, and she's probably not listening, or she tries to minimize it, or she, like you said, gaslighting. It sounds to me, I'm wondering, is there anyone else involved in the situation, or is it just you? Is there kids involved? Is there, because my vote, honestly, my vote's getting out of Dodge, if you can, like just up and leaving, if that's something that's possible. Save some money here and there, and when you can, just leave, because you're in a relationship that, to me, doesn't sound safe. And it doesn't sound like the person appreciates you, and it doesn't sound like you can talk to them about anything. It doesn't sound like you can try to be rational with them, or try to have them see where you're at, right? To me, it sounds very manipulative, and it sounds, yeah. Okay. Okay, so that's what you meant when you said your card was... Okay. Okay. Yes, she actually stole from me, used my card, and kept the fact that she has several loans out. Okay. Okay. That's another way, just so you can understand the severity of this situation, just so we're not mincing words here. I think you're a very lovely person. You've been on this chat, and you're someone who has been very kind and just a very good person. I like your energy, and you contribute something to the group, so I appreciate that. So I'll be flat out right here, and I'll tune you into the severity of this. So she takes your card, she takes out loans, she takes out all of this kind of, like, she does this kind of stuff. 13 years together. Wow. Okay. Okay, so I can understand that situation. That would be a lot harder to leave that situation. But because she took out the loans, I want you to understand this. Because she took out the loans, it means that you're in debt. And because you're in debt, it means you're probably not going to leave the situation you're in. In my opinion, she did that kind of as a form of control over you to make it so you wouldn't leave. And not in a, oh, that's cute kind of way, but in a, like, controlling, manipulative kind of way. And if this person's checking out of reality, and all that kind of stuff, then there's things going on here. Does she take any responsibility for anything when she's not drunk? I mean, does she have any, like, did she say she's sorry? Did she, because it sounds to me like we're dealing with someone who sort of lost that moral compass somewhere along the way. Okay, rhubarb. So I want to understand this. You know all of the terminology. You're using the term love bomb. You know about gaslighting. You've obviously done your research on these different kinds of behaviors. So you are trying in some way, shape, or form to get away from this situation because you don't feel safe. Obviously, you don't feel safe. Um, the best, in my opinion, the best thing to do, that small income that you have, if she's drunk a lot of the time, I would say save up a little bit of money here and there. And I know this is kind of going to be excruciating. It sounds like you're the sane one in the relationship. But not only that, you're dealing with someone who doesn't value you in that relationship. You don't do the loan thing. 13 years together and she's doing stuff like that. I could understand maybe a few months and something like that happens and it's like, whoops, and we'll work through it. But it sounds to me like you need to get into a situation where you're saving up money for your escape from this situation. And when you leave, I mean, in my opinion, you just leave. You just go. You don't say you're going. You just go. And barring anything else, I would say kind of cut ties, get out of that situation. That person does not deserve someone like that. Yeah, out of nowhere, she's turned into a monster. And I imagine rhubarb that, again, the reason why I feel like it's frustrating is I'm sure you've tried having conversations. I'm sure you've been that person. You're level-headed. You try to have a conversation, and then, like you said, the situation becomes manipulative, and it's hard to have a conversation with someone who is not engaging. And then on top of that, there's the drunkenness. So it's like even when you could have a conversation, you can't. She's drunk, whatever that is. And on top of that, her drinking, that's taking your money too, I would imagine. And it just sounds like to me this person doesn't want to deal with their shit anymore. And I'm sorry there's 13 years together there, but it doesn't sound like there's going to be any more of that kind of togetherness, because this person is just being completely, it's not even narcissistic traits. At that point, that's full-blown, like, narcissism. That's full-blown, like, something's off, like, big time. She's one of the types you mentioned earlier, the resistant type. Oh, you mean the avoidant type, right? In the attachment style we were talking about. Resistance good, too. I mean, that does kind of describe that, but I'm thinking that's what you're referring to. That's the one. Okay. I assume that you meant to say that's the one. I think I got you. I've done word puzzles before. There's only a few combinations of what that could be. You're good. I got you. So with that being the situation, rhubarb, save up some and really get out of there. If it was me in that situation, I've watched I've watched my mom go through the same situation, and she never left. And the person was doing a lot of the same stuff. But what they did was I think they signed the house in her name. He signed the car in her name, and then the bunch of other stuff. And he's a very narcissistic person, but he tries to keep her in the relationship by doing a bunch of really shitty things. And then when she's getting ready and she's getting fed up, he does one nice thing and love bombs, and then he goes back to the shitty behavior. And she's been doing that for, I think it's like almost 20 years. She's been in that relationship, and it's been that way. And I refuse to go visit her. I haven't visited her in, like, she'll come down and see me sometimes, but I haven't visited her in her own house for like 8 or 9 years. I refuse to go back there. I refuse to visit that man. I will not visit someone like that. And I feel like that's kind of a scenario you're in. We need to get you into a place where you can do better and thrive, where you're not dealing with this person. I don't care if you leave them if you leave them, she'll get a job. She'll find something to do. And if not, this person has kind of lost, in my opinion, this person has lost that ability to make you feel bad for anything. You don't get to do that. You don't manipulate people, love bomb, and do all that stuff. To me, it sounds like you deserve better. And I'm sorry that's the case. And maybe my words are a little harsh. I'm just trying to be truthful with what I'm feeling in that situation, right? What do you think, Rhubarb? What do you think of what I've been saying here? Or what do you think in general about the whole situation? Just so I can get your take. And another thing in the narcissistic connection here is that there's not going to be a place where you can go to get help, right? Okay, perfect. So when you come on here, this is a safe space for you. This is a space where we can talk, and I can see your side of the story. I can feel that where you're coming from. I can understand where you're coming from, okay? And especially with this kind of situation, you're not just asking a question about something frivolous, right? This is a serious question. So there no charge for this question. Obviously, I know you can't pay anyway, but no charge for this question. This is something this is difficult, right? This is something that's hard to put into words. But you'll be encouraged here. You'll be safe here. I want you to know that. I want you to feel like this is your space to laugh, have fun, talk, be in the chat. I want you to know that you have that here. So during this process, if you're far away from family, if you're working through that, I'm live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and you're more than welcome to be in the chat and just be talking to people and be doing that. More than welcome. Paying or not paying, whatever, I want you to know that you're good that way. That being said, it is a tough call to make. And I know you said you've been working on cutting things energetically. And what can happen? You're welcome, Rhubarb. What can happen is when we're starting to cut the cord energetically with a person, they can actually reach out and become more kind of like malevolent towards us, because even though they can't express it, they feel that something's off. They feel that something's wrong. Well, thank you, Rue. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. But they can feel that something's off, and because they feel that, they kind of get you back in here. But it does sound like you know the lingo, and the only way that you know that lingo is because you've done research. because you felt like something hasn't been right for a while and you've looked into it and you've probably come to the painful conclusion that you need to get out. And I'm sorry that's the case. I'm sorry that is something that is going on with you. But we can take ourselves out of that situation, heal eventually, and move on with things. But right now we're in the thick of it, and I want you to do the best you can in this situation and just allow yourself to live the life you want to live. Oh, you do, Rhubarb. Okay, perfect. You read cards yourself. Awesome. Awesome. Have I been doing a good job so far? Hopefully I have. When other readers come on, you know. But you've got this. You got this. But that's awesome you read cards too. Do you do it as a profession, or do you just read cards as a hobby? Seven of Swords is, yeah, that's the stealing card, isn't it? Stealing our mental energy, but also in this case, actually stealing. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Not that you have to agree with everything, but hobby for many years. So you understand the cards, you understand the archetypes, you understand the symbology, the meaning that we're reaching for here. Oh, yes. You're designing your own deck. Oh man, that's awesome. Can I ask what's it going to be called? Reversed moon shit? Is that the... Wait. The name of the deck is Reversed Moon shit? Nice, nice. So is it a tarot deck or is it an oracle deck? I like the women empowerment though. Another thing I want to see in decks is women of different color that are represented. Yeah, because I'm wondering what the hell is reversed moon shit? I was trying not to laugh when you said that because I'm thinking, is that the real name of your deck, Reversed Moon shit? I mean, that's making a power statement to the world of like, I don't really care, but also Reversed Moon shit. Anyway, I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. And I mean, my vote here is put, if you want. Okay, perfect. Women of color and alien skin too. I love that because a lot of the decks that I have, so many of them are like whitewashed. And I know that sounds awful, but it's so true. It's like, I mean, this one, white woman, right? White woman, white girl, white woman, white woman, white woman. You see what I'm trying to say here, white woman. I like that too. Body positive, perfect. Yeah, because all of the cards are of deeply, like, super fit men and women, and I like the body positivity angle. Not to take away from men, it's to empower women and focus on the divine feminine. Exactly. Men, so some cards are plus size. I like that. Men are um, men are empowered enough. I feel like women need to be empowered. I feel like women need to have that sense of security and that sense of positivity. Men can take a back seat for a second, I do believe. White woman. White woman. Purple woman, I guess. Kind of purple. White woman, white man. I mean, it's just white woman. White women. There is not one card in the Energy Oracle deck that is a woman of a different race. And that's pretty disgusting in my opinion. I get a lot of people on here who are African American, who are like, and the cards that I have that I love, they do not have any representation of women of color or Asian women or, you know, the modern witch. I haven't, is that a YouTube channel or is that a tarot deck? I haven't heard of the modern witch. It's a deck, Modern Witch. Okay, let me look it up. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, you know what? I might need to get this one. This is good. This is really good. I mean the major arcana and stuff that it's showing. And it's women of color. That's okay. I might need to look into getting that deck. That's awesome. There's representation, so that's good. I do need some new tarot decks in my life. I'll have to look at that. There's tons of awesome ones on Etsy too, but the representation of the women of color and plus size women and stuff, like, I don't want anyone to feel excluded on the channel. I show them a card and it's, you know, I feel like it loses its impact when it's always a white woman or always a white man. It's like, why can't there be diversity? Good Lord. Anyway, it's amazing. It looks like it. I'll have to look at that one. Rhubarb, with what we were talking about, do you feel like that helped you? Do you feel like that put you in a place where you feel a little better, maybe? I understand I can't take it away. I'm almost wondering, would you want to do... No, it's not. Health isn't just about being skinny too. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Would you want to do, Rhubarb, would you want to do maybe 3 or 4 minutes of energy work and then I can call it good for the night? Okay. You got this, my friend. You got this. We can do a little bit of energy work if you feel comfortable with that. If not, that's okay. But yeah, you've got this. You definitely have this. Okay. So let's do this, okay? So I'm just gonna focus because this is just a small energy session, and I offer these, half hour, hour long, stuff like that. If you're ever in a place where you want to do something a little more, we can totally do that. Um, but let's do this. So I'm gonna grab. Oh, oh man. Okay. I didn't see that. Nothing wrong with being white. It's just not balanced. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying don't, but I'm saying, come on. I mean, anyway. Okay, let's look at this. So I've got this right here. This is Moldavite. You probably know what Moldavite is, I imagine. If not, though, it's a high vibrational stone that helps with opening the heart. It kind of helps shake things out, so to speak. So that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to kind of get some things shaken and some things moving here. So I'm going to go to the bathroom one more time. While I'm doing that, you just get yourself as relaxed as possible. Yeah, Moldavite's awesome. Get yourself as relaxed as possible, and I'll be back and we'll do the energy session, okay? So give me about a couple minutes. I'll come back. Let yourself, like I said, get as relaxed as you can, and I'll be back. So hold on one second. That'll happen sometimes. I mean, yeah, that'll happen. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Hopefully you're still there. And if not, I'll just talk to myself. So let's do this here and see what we can do. Like I said, get yourself as relaxed as possible. Already, I'm feeling like the throat is a point of contention here. Speaking our mind, focusing on that. I feel like that's something you're trying to do, but my throat's already starting to get sore. And I was fine just a second ago. Um, and for some reason, with you, my rib or my ribs, thank you, Rhubarb. My rib or my ribs feel like they're kind of hurting or sore a little bit. So I don't know if that's something you're experiencing. Um, but the ribs are around the ribs. George Michael's Careless Whisper. Is that what you're saying? Oh, my neck. Okay. But let's do this here. You've been exercising, so your ribs have been hurting. Okay, makes sense. What about so wrist? Do you have any pain in your wrists? Is that something going on? Maybe on the left wrist. I'm not sure. Like right around here. I had a feeling or something like there was something here with the left wrist, but if that's not right, that's okay. That was just something I was feeling for a second. There does feel to be a sense of it feels a little more calm with you now. Um, that's what I'm feeling though. That's something I'm feeling. It feels like there's more of a sense of serenity now than there was before. Um, the anxiety feels like it's coming down a little bit. But how Rhubarb, how are you feeling with that? Neuropathy there. Okay. Okay. So that would explain what I was okay. That explains what I was feeling. I definitely did feel a connection. I felt the energy connection there. On your end, Rhubarb, how are you feeling? Did you feel dizzy? Did you feel a sense of pressure, tingling, static? Or what was kind of a sensation you felt? And if you didn't feel any, that's okay too. There's no pressure to feel a certain way or anything like that. Felt your heart thunk a few times. That's good. It's good. It means you're alive. So that's one of the good signs, right? So you felt when we were doing the exercise, you felt your heart kind of like skip a beat, right? Palpitate. Okay, okay. So you felt. So I feel like that was freeing up some of the energy that's been trapped there. There's a sense here and reset to a calmer rhythm. Perfect. There's a sense here that the heart going up into the throat. We've tried to have this connection. I want you, because the partner situation you're going through now, they're not going to be able to hear what you're saying, but I want you to take the connection of trying to be a caring person. I want you to bring that back to yourself at this point in time. I want you to come from a heart space and speak your truth to yourself in a positive and gentle way. Moving forward, that's going to help you. Be positive, be gentle with yourself, and have that be something you can use. But that's going to be a tool going forward where we're reassuring ourselves, we're helping to calm ourselves down, we're helping to realize that we're safe and we'll get through whatever it is we need to get through. And so that's something I want you to focus on moving forward. The energy from the heart to the throat, from a sense of love to a sense of self expression. So we need to love self expression and love ourselves and express that. So hopefully that helps you in that scenario. Perfect. Perfect. Nice. That's perfect. I think that's what my guides were focusing on the most. Right as soon as I came in here, I felt my throat get congested, and then the heart, and then, well, I didn't feel the heart as much, but I did feel the throat. And I feel like my guides are trying to have that be something that you're experiencing, that you're learning, that you're going through. And I think that's important for you, right at this point in time, right at this kind of. And then I'm smelling hair salon stuff really, really strong. You're very welcome. The hair salon stuff is interesting though. I was smelling that. I know Maxine, I think, does haircuts, but I was smelling that really strong for just a second, so it was different. But yeah, I don't know what that smell means, but I think right now I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it good. Rhubarb, I'm hoping you sleep well, have a good night's rest, and I'm hoping things get better for you and keep going in a more upward direction. Okay, your hair is bleached. Did you get that done today or was it recent? Did you get it? Okay. I'm just curious on that one. You were thinking of doing it today, like a touch up to your roots. Okay, so I can understand that. I can understand that. Um, I could smell it really strong, and it did smell like it smelled like that bleach smell, but I associate, because my mom was a hairstylist, so I associate that smell with just hair salons in general, but it did smell like bleach. So, um, okay, okay. Good luck to you in that. Uh, you know, keep the bleach in. I think you're supposed to sleep with it on your head overnight. It definitely won't make your hair fall out. Um, and if it does fall out, then you got some like top ramen looking noodle hair, and that's gonna be good. That's gonna be good stuff. So you can always just put that in water and boil it. But you have a good evening, good rest of your evening, Rhubarb. I will, if I don't see you Wednesday, that's okay. You come on when you feel like you can and feel like you're part of the community, okay? I want you to feel like this is a place for you. So I will see you. I'll see you when I see you, okay? Take care. Have a good night. And yeah. Toodaloo, everybody.